so I'm filming this on my iPad, so if you're seeing this and you're like, what the hell, why is she like this and why am I looking at myself over here? It's because when I started this, I forgot to choose stream and portrait mode, so please don't worry about that. I will try my best to look over here, okay? So welcome in, everyone. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna sort of like stream this as if, you know, this was like a video, just so that those who are watching this at a later date aren't sitting here waiting for me to sort of like start the stream. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna be doing all signs, so all the zodiac signs, monthly messages for the month of April. I know we're already a week in, but better late than never, hey? And then once we've done that, we might do some personal readings for those who end up joining, things like that. So what I want to start with is I want to do just like a small, like little, oh, let me just raise this. Sorry, that's better. Okay, so I want to do like a little collective energies for, I guess, the collective of all signs. So those who are coming across this or for whatever reason are part of like the collective here, that's what we'll sort of do. I'm just gonna chill and take my time with this. Then what we'll do is we'll start from Aries, because we are in Aries season right now. So that's what we're doing. My intention with this is that it reaches a bunch of people, it reaches whoever it needs to, and also that what was I saying? My brain's just completely gone. Oh yes, so it's going to be for Aries, not Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. What am I saying? It is going to be for Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. So check out all Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. Yeah, check out all 4 of those, or whichever one you seem to sort of resonate with the most. I find that I resonate most with my ascendant as well as my moon sign. But it depends what you're looking for. So if you're looking for, you know, love guidance or guidance when it comes to like finances or Venus type things, right? So relationships with other people, finances, money, things like that. That is definitely going to, yeah, it's definitely going to help with that. Sorry, I'm just trying to adjust my music. I don't know why there was just a little. Why am I getting political podcasts in here? Perfect. Yeah, so we're going to start with Aries, then we'll go through in astrological order. So I'm just going to quickly write these down. How are you guys doing so far this month? What is this month like for you? What's showing up for you? Feel free to write down in the comments as I'm quickly doing this. What comes after Virgo? Libra. Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. Beautiful. All right. So I'm going to be using actually, let me share this first, this live. I'm going to be using a mixture of tarot and the Moonology Oracle deck that I have been loving using recently. Let me just... Just for my Instagram. For those of you who don't already follow me on Instagram, go ahead and follow me now. I post daily readings, daily oracle messages, daily tarot messages. Cool, that's just for my Instagram. Come and join. I should probably preface that we're doing all signs. April month. Why is my Google stopping?
It's Friday, the 8th of April 2022.
Thanks, Google. I didn't talk to her then. I don't know why she's doing that. All signs, April monthly horoscope reading. I'll pop the link here. Cool. All right. So let's start with the collective energies. I want to get some of these Moonology cards first, just to sort of see the overarching energy. So what's showing up collectively, and you know, for those of you who sort of are wondering, you know, how can like collective energies matter when we all have different charts and different placements? And I guess the intention with collective energy is based on the transiting planets and the transiting placements that are happening astrologically. That impacts us too. And the way that impacts us is based on the way that those, so we have transiting, which is what's happening in the sky at the moment, and then we have natally. So that's what's happening within us, like within our chart. So the transiting affects what's happening to us natally, and they sort of like interact with each other to create, I guess, the outcome of, you know, how that's playing out for you. So it's like what's happening what's happening transit wise is the collective, okay? And then how that will apply to you will sort of like whatever comes up, whatever's happening transit wise, how it, what's happening transit wise will determine how it shows up for you based on how it interacts with your natal placements. Sorry, got there in the end. Okay, so Spirit, what is the collective energy for all signs for the month of April? What's going on? What's showing up this month? Okay, they want me to do it week by week. So the first week, so this week, what's been going on for us this week? Collectively. Okay, the end of a tough cycle approaches. So this is full moon in Capricorn. I'm not going to pay too much attention to those, but if I feel like it's necessary, I will call those out. So it seems like this is definitely true for me. So you'll have to let me know down below how this is sort of impacting you guys. This is sort of really, I guess, talking about, I've been feeling the last 3 months, I felt a cycle close, or like a hard, tough cycle where I was sort of just like dealing with a lot of like inner stuff and trying to navigate that. I was experiencing a great deal of burnout, and I really struggled to sort of make things work in my career. So this is definitely definitely getting some reprieve here. All right, so the second week of April, Spirit team, what's happening? What are the collective energies for the second week of April? And we will pull some tarot in regards to these cards too. The energy is gaining momentum. Hell yes. Okay, so can you see this? So we've got the end of a tough cycle approaches, and then we've got the energy is gaining momentum in the second week. Oh, let me see this. Okay. And the third week, Spirit team. Okay. One card at a time, please. Sorry. So you're on the lounge and they fall down to the bottom of the coffee table. Another Capricornian energy. What do we have in Capricorn at the moment. Your hard work is paying off. This is really, what's the word? Like it's happening. It's like the end of a tough cycle. Things are starting to speed up. Then now you're seeing in the third week, your hard work is paying off. This is a really progressive month, guys. A really, really progressive month. Okay, Spirit team, and we'll have a look what's happening Capricorn-wise with the transits. Fourth week, please, of April for the collective. One card, please. It's time to release negativity. So it seems like the fourth week, we're finally able to release any kind of negativity. And you know what? Intuitively, I feel like it could be the negativity that was showing up before the end of like what was showing up within this tough cycle is what I'm trying to say. Sorry. And so I feel like we're finally able to surmount that and overtake that, and then now at the end of the last week of the month, the energies are really supporting us in it's like a hard work is paying off the week before, so we can sort of relax into this new rhythm and into this new cycle, and release any sort of residual stuff from the cycle before. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to shut the window there because it's very cold here in Australia. Let me quickly right back. Okay. There we go. Let me bring you guys back in here. So, yeah, let's get some tarot now to see. So this is like overarching energy, I guess you could say. So yes, this is happening collectively. So collectively, this is all what's showing up for us. But again, the way that it shows up is going to be different for each of us, based on what's happening natally for us. That's right, I want to check what Capricorn. So we've got full moon in Capricorn, new moon in Capricorn, full moon in Scorpio. Let me see what new moon we've got next. I think it's in Scorpio. Okay. For those of you who are interested in astrology, the Time Passages app is really awesome. Okay. So we've only got Pluto in Capricorn. We've got Sun, Mercury and Chiron in Aries. We've got Venus, Jupiter and Neptune in Pisces. We've got Mars and Saturn in Aquarius, and Uranus and the North Node in Taurus currently. The Ascendant is in Gemini. Okay, interesting. I feel like this Capricorn energy that we're seeing here, I know that we've had like the beginning of the year, end of last year, we had a lot of planets in Capricorn. We had a lot. So I feel like we're sort of like, we've done the hard Saturnian Capricornian energy, and we've really worked through that here. So we're starting to see the results of that now, and we're able to sort of put into place what it is that we had learned from that. All right, Spirit team, so let's see, let's clarify the end of a tough cycle approaches for the first week. Let me know if you guys have really felt that this week, that you've sort of been, you sense there's like a near ending to what you've been going through. Sorry about this, guys. This is going to happen quite a bit. So just bear with me here. Three of Swords. Definitely. Dealing with a lot of past trauma, a lot of past pain, past wounding. Oh, okay. Seven of Pentacles came out reversed. So, just make some room here. I feel like a lot of us sort of went through and experienced a pause. And this was part of the tough cycle, because there was a sense of like drive, there was a sense of wanting things to continue. I feel like this is very much the Venus retrograde energies, residual Venus retrograde energies. I feel like, there was a lot of drive to persist and a lot of drive to continue to go at the pace that we were, or, a desire to keep things the same because they worked. And the energies were forcing us to sort of not continue to invest in this way, right? Because it was only perpetuating a sense of I'm using that word a lot recently, I don't know why. Continuing to contribute to our pain and hurt and already their trauma. Yeah, look at this. Literally what I was saying. This comes down to stability. This comes down to wanting to continue working towards the things that we were wanting to work towards in the way that worked in the past. And I feel like that just wasn't feasible. We thought it worked, but we couldn't continue on that way for whatever reason, because that way was solidified in past trauma and pain, past conditioning. Let me see. All right, Spirit team, let's see, clarify. Oh, I've got some cards down here that I didn't notice. No, okay. All right. Here we go. Spirit team, please clarify the energies gaining momentum. King of Swords, Page of Pentacles. We have more focus, and we're sort of a little bit more clear and direct with we have a better sense of strategy. We have a new strategy. We've developed a new strategy, and this is because we had to go through this sense of pause or this struggle, whatever that was for you, however that showed up for you. I think it all translates the same. Sorry about that. It all translates the same way, but it just shows up in different ways. So for me, that showed up I was forced into like a 2-month burnout. And nothing seemed to be working anymore with my business. Nothing seemed, that the old ways of doing things in my relationship even, I had to incorporate new ideas. I had to let go of the rigidity from the Capricorn energies, right? And I have a Capricorn stellium in the 6th house. So everyday routines, the way that I, the routine, the sameness, right? I had to sort of let that go, because that was the very thing that was causing me dread and discomfort, and that was the very thing that I was struggling with. But I struggled to figure out how to re-strategize, or what would work. So I stick with what works the first time. That very much makes sense for me. So here, the second week, next week, we are putting this to practice. We've understood and we've learned. Now it's time to integrate. So this week we've been coming up with the ideas, right, on how to continue to build upon that which we are wanting to build upon, whether it be career, a relationship, anything, whatever it is. We're learning. It's almost like we've somehow discovered and come to a realization of how we can this, right? So now we're the King of Swords. And now we have this new discovery, new understanding, this new thing to implement. For me, it's this. For me, it's posting more regularly, like having a better social media strategy. And this all came to me spontaneously, and it came to me with ease. So now I have this new strategy, and I feel good about this. This is something that I'm passionate about. I can feel that the energy is gaining momentum. Okay, so this next week, that's what we're going to be doing. I'm just going to grab something more for that. Is there anything more with the second week here, Spirit? Two of Cups. So there's a sense of like, for those who subscribe to and here for the Divine Counterpart journey, this is definitely talking about that. And I feel like even for those who are on the Divine Counterpart journey, this isn't necessarily just talking about our relationship, our Divine Counterpart relationship. This is also talking about, because the things that we've learned and the discovery that we've had, right? We have this new perception, and it translates into all areas of our life. So our careers, our relationships, our friendships, all of our interpersonal relationships, as well as our businesses and our careers, and you know, our processes and the way we want to do things. There's a new process for everything, and this is leading to not only a sense of union within us and our job, us and our career, us and our business, us and our counterpart, but also ourselves. I just saw 2112 on the timer, so if that's significant for anyone. Is there anything else with that Two of Cups? So this is going to be shown a lot next week, so you can expect this to come up, and you sort of feel like things are a little more clear. Yeah, no more stress and worry, no more anguish. We've done a lot of the work. I just saw 2212. We've done a lot of the work on our trauma. This is like this that we were seeing here in this first week, right? An ending of that. And I feel like that's a lot of us are very aware of what's ending here, what pain that we continued, what cycle of pain we continued when it came to our stability in all aspects of our relationships and our business and all our jobs and all of that. And this next week, we've overcome that, and we're able to really see the results of us having put that into practice this week. And we're continuing to put it into practice next week too. Okay, so the third week, your hard work is paying off. So let's see. Ooh. The Hermit. I feel like we've really sort of stuck our heads down and really been focusing on how to improve that, how to implement those things. I feel like a lot of us have really been soul searching here. The soul searching, the hard work of the soul searching, of the processing the trauma and the pain and the, you know, whatever it is that's come up for you. By the third week, hard work is paying off. We're moving forward very, very quickly. So it's like, I feel like we've sorted through a lot of stuff and we understand. It's like we've cleaned house. We've cleaned house within our, I guess you could say, oh shiz. Our psyche, okay, and the commitment to that is paying off. We understand. We have this. Oh, okay. I was just going to say the commitment to that is paying off. Knight of Pentacles. We're understanding. We're seeing things for what they really are, and we know where to go now because we have this light, and we're really feeling like, okay, well, this hard work is paying off, and we're finally moving. Things are no longer sort of slowing down. The third week of this month, we're really sort of like, okay, we're starting to see the results. We're really starting to see the results here. Oh, hang on, let me fix this. Okay, so the fourth week of this month, it's time to release negativity. Let's see. Ten of Cups. So I feel like it's not us necessarily doing anything to like actually release, because I feel like we've done a lot of the releasing. So the last week of this month, it's almost as though we're completely just separating ourselves and just we're like, okay, I'm seeing like we're on a boat and we're waving goodbye to where we just came from. And where we've just came from is our trauma, our darkness, our pain, our wounding. And we're actually able to enjoy this happiness here that we've worked really, really hard to cultivate. Spirit team, tell me more about the fourth week of April for the collective. The world, yeah. We've actually closed that cycle. So by the start of the month, right, this week, the end of a tough cycle approaches, but then by the end of the month, we've actually fully closed out that cycle. So it's like we're at the end already, we're facing the end already, but we just have to sort of like take the next few steps in order to continue to fully, it's like we're up the last page in the book, and we have to continue reading the last page before we can actually say we finished reading the book, if that makes sense. Again, Wheel of Fortune. So things are moving and changing now as a result. And I feel like, yeah, the last week of the month is like we're actually stepping over the finish line. Knight of Swords. We are asserting ourselves where it matters and where it counts for us, and we have the confidence and the sense of direction. So when the finish line approaches here, we just go straight for it. All right, love that. So that was the collective energies, the collective astrological influences for this month, week by week. Now we're going to get into individual signs. All right, so as I said, we're going to start with Aries. All right, this is for Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. Spirit team, what do we have for those who are watching for their Aries placements for this month? It's coming up this month. Collective who are intended to see this. Okay, so we have one card already flipped over. Okay, I flipped that over in reverse, so Three of Swords in reverse. So this is a sense of like forgiveness of self, forgiveness of holding the self back is what I'm getting for you, Aries. Making amends with yourself and others. Oh, that's too many. Ugh. And moving forward, exactly like what we saw in the last, it was the third week of this month's collective energies. Things are really starting to speed up. And it's funny because Aries, you realize that you're able to move forward, and the pace at which you were trying to move forward before wasn't really happening because there was this lack of forgiveness of self and others. But I really feel like this is more of a forgiveness of self for like shortcomings and things like that, perceived shortcomings, that is. The World, again, closing out the cycle. I feel like this. The collective energies that I just sort of spoke about for the whole of all the astrological placements, signs, is really going to be amplified for Aries, those with Aries, strong Aries placements, because one, we're in Aries season, two, we've just had the Aries new moon, and three, we have how many planets in Aries right now? Yeah, 4. We have Sun and Mercury in Aries, and we have Chiron in Aries, which is dealing with a lot of past wounding, right? Chiron is the wounded healer. So, and then the midheaven is in Aries. So this is really surmounting those obstacles that have held you guys down for a long time and allowing yourself to rest after this. I feel like you guys are always go, 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 and you do place a lot of expectation on yourselves to perform and to do well and to keep going and to overcome and to be resilient and strong and courageous. But this month you're realizing that you are naturally that. You don't need to try to be that. So because you are naturally strong and courageous and brave, you can just observe what comes up for you this month and act accordingly, which you definitely are. You're definitely overcoming lingering like pain. Like this is pain that's been around for a long time. I know this month already I've been talking a lot with my personal clients and as well with just other people. There's so much childhood trauma and stuff that's coming up to the surface to be worked through and released. And I feel like there's a sense of, you know, you're noticing things, you're noticing hurt, and you're noticing how these pains and hurts that you were continuing to hold on to subconsciously, of course. This wasn't, you know, a conscious thing. It was contributing to your inability to move forward and to achieve what it is that you want in your life. And now you can forgive that. You can forgive yourself for holding yourself back. One at a time, please, Spirit. There's no more, you're no longer being plagued by fear or by stress, or I feel like for a lot of you Aries, it's just been been like sitting there. It's just been like ruminating and you're like, I don't know what this feeling is and why won't it go away? But I feel like this month you're really finding a way to identify that. Yep, the Lovers. And you're able to connect with others and you're able to connect with yourself. So you're feeling a lot more connected too. And you'll notice that as you begin to go through the month. So right now, you guys, Aries, you might just be, learning about what it is that you're still holding on to and what is causing this sense of like, oh, what is this feeling? Why won't it go away? Like I can't identify it. I feel like you guys are in the current stages of searching through that or feeling through that and discovering what that is for you. Yep. You're tired though. And that's okay. But it's only tiring because there's so much work, because before you you may have lacked the perspective to see that what you're experiencing, these negative, difficult feelings that you're experiencing, aren't here to punish you. They're here to tell you something. They're here to identify to you what the problem is so that you can release it so that you can move forward. Oh, shivers. The end of a tough cycle approaches. That was the first card we got for the collective energies. These are all turned over the wrong way. What else have we got for Aries, Spirit Team? Don't let pride get in your way. Don't let pride get in the way of your healing, of your forgiveness. Forgiveness doesn't mean weakness, and it sure as hell doesn't mean that you're excusing anybody's behavior. It means you're forgiving yourself for the way that you participated in that relationship or encounter or experience, and you're forgiving yourself for the resentment that you feel toward that person and yourself for being involved with that person, or for not seeing it sooner, or the story, whatever story you tell, whatever the narrative is. Don't let pride get in the way of you releasing your attachment to that story. Let's get one more for Aries and then we'll move on to Taurus. adjustments are required, and you're acknowledging this. So don't let pride get in your way, because adjustments are required in order for you to move on. Okay, this tough cycle wants to end for you, and it's the opportunity is here for it to end for you, Aries. But in order for that to happen, you need to make some adjustments, which means you need to look at what needs to be released and what needs to be forgiven, whether it's yourself or another person's actions. And, you know, I think we have this misconception of what forgiveness means, especially when it comes to forgiving another person for the things they did to us. It's not forgiving them because they deserve forgiveness, or because it's going to, forgiveness means that, you know, someone is absolved of their wrongdoings. That's absolutely not what forgiveness means. And I feel like throughout history, the concept or understanding of forgiveness has been misconstrued there. Forgiveness is releasing your attachment to the person or the situation or the way in which they hurt you. That's all. So if you want to move forward, Aries, you need to allow yourself to forgive yourself and others. Okay? Just a reminder, guys, if you are interested in a personal reading, you can book personal readings with me. Check the link in the description box for my Etsy shop. You can book a personal reading there, or you can follow me on Instagram and you can book a Instagram reading where I will either voice memo or send you like a written message of your reading, and that'll be through PayPal. All right, wonderful. Oh, that's what I was doing, tarot first. Okay, Taurus. Next we have Taurus. All right. Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. Routine. What do we have for the Taurus collective for this month, please? If you guys like these kinds of like videos, I might do lives for like the new and full moons, and do the monthlies like this. I think it's just easier than uploading individual videos. I don't know, let me know what you guys prefer. If you prefer something like this where you can see it all in one go, or if you prefer like its own video. Let's do 3 more shuffles and then we'll pull Taurus's cards. Taurus. 3 of Cups, 10 of Swords, Knight of Wands, the High Priestess. And then clarifying those. So clarifying the 3 of Cups, we have the 5 of Pentacles. Clarifying the 10 of Swords, we have the Ace of Wands. Clarifying the Knight of Wands, we have the Fool. Clarifying the High Priestess, we have the Lovers. Okay, so let's address the 3 of Cups and the 5 of Pentacles first. So I feel like you guys this month are either, for some of you, you will be reconciling with people that had either left you high and dry, or left you out in the cold, so to speak, okay? There could be like things of abandonment here, okay? Or for some of you as well, you will be enjoying yourself again and having fun and hanging out with friends and just enjoying yourself after a period of struggle in some sense, okay? So it could be as well that you were left high and dry by someone, or that you know, someone abandoned you or took you for granted and it left you with less than what you went in with. I feel like there's a lot of good times ahead for you this month, Taurus. With the Ten of Swords and the Ace of Wands, look at this, inspiration after rock bottom. So it's like you're finding your... I'm just realizing this is resonating for me. I know, a Taurus moon. I love that. Guys, maybe watch for your sun, moon, rising, and Venus. Give you an overall scope. So a period of darkness, a period of feeling like you're at rock bottom, inspiration finally comes, inspiration hits. It's like you're ready to start, you're ready to get back out there, you're ready to enjoy life again. Oh, it's very windy. And this as well, like this could be just struggle in all aspects, struggle in your relationship, struggle in your business and your finances, struggling to get on track, and a sense of like, you know, mental health stuff too. So this month is really a month where you're getting back on track and you're understanding what these swords each represent, because they each represent something. But you're pulling them out. You've been given this sort of like sense of revitalization here, and you have the motivation to pull them out and to get going again on a new path. It's like you have the wonder and the excitement of a child again. You're like, and you know, this wasn't forced, so it wasn't a matter of necessarily, you know, changing your mindset or, you know, getting out of that depressive episode or anything like that. I feel like this is something that's had to occur naturally, and that did occur naturally and happened naturally. So this is very much, it's like you're ready for new adventures. You're ready to explore new heights. You're ready to tackle on new opportunities. You're on a new path here, and you've paved this new path. You've created this new path. You trusted and followed your intuition throughout this. You trusted and followed the guidance from within, the voice within, hearing the voice within, Christina Aguilera. You learned to sort of just go with it. You realize, you came to a point, I feel like up until this point, you came to a point where you're like, I just don't know what's going on anymore. And it's causing me more stress and more struggle and more lack trying to control it. So I'm just gonna let it happen. And if I fall, I fall. If I die, I die. Like, hypothetically speaking, with the Ten of Swords there. If, you know, it's almost like I don't have any other option. I'm hearing, what is that from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, from "You got nothing to lose, Charlie." Grandpa Joe telling him that, or something like that. What have you got to lose? You came to that point where you're like, what the hell do I have to lose? Because I already feel like I'm there. And by doing that, 4, just saw that. So stability, lots of stability. And Taurus loves stability, so you're regaining your sense of stability. You're feeling a lot more connected, not only with those around you, but with those in your life too. I just said the same thing twice, didn't I? With yourself, I meant to say. Those around you in your life, but also with yourself. You're feeling more connected to yourself. You're feeling more connected to the things that you love. You have a sense of like fun and joy and wonder again. And you're looking for, I feel like for a lot of you, this situation, it's multifaceted. So it would have showed up in one area first. Like for me, it showed up in my relationship. It was like, whoa, how the hell did we get here? Okay, there's obviously something that needs to be addressed here. And what needed to be addressed was this past stuff, past gunk that I didn't realize was impacting this, was causing this. And I thought it was just that things had run its course, and that wasn't the case. And I realized through self-discovery and allowing myself to have that inspiration to see things from a new perspective, I came to the realization that I did have like traumas and stuff that I needed to address. And, you know, instead of feeling shame for myself for not addressing that sooner or for not addressing that at all, I instead chose to think, okay, well, I just didn't have that awareness. So now that I have that awareness, I can release that and I can move forward with this awareness and pave a new path. Start again, start fresh. Because I don't like where I'm at. I don't like where things have gone. And I want things to move forward. I want things to change, and I want things to improve. So instead of trying to control how they improve or how they go, I'm just going to let this happen the way that it's wanting to happen, and the way that it's trying to happen. And as a result, we've felt a lot more connected to those around us. We felt more connected to things that we love to do, to our purpose, but to ourselves, mainly to ourselves, which is the most important thing. Because when we're feeling, and as well our bodies, the nakedness here is indicating to me the feeling more in tune and connected with your body. Wow, Taurus, what a beautiful reading. Let me know if this resonated. All right. Let's see what else we have this month for Taurus Moon with these cards. Oh my God. Okay. A new start is coming. We love to see it. Which way does that go? We absolutely love to see it. And we know that, right? With the Ace of Wands and the Fool, Knight of Wands, boy, we know that a new start is coming. I just saw Don't Let Your Past Hold You Back, the South Node card in here. You are good enough. Wow, so we're also, through feeling more connected to ourselves and to our sensuality and feeling more in tune and connected to our bodies, we're realizing how good we feel. And let me know, for some of you, if you've been seeing yourself with fresh eyes, seeing yourself, like you observe yourself and you look at yourself and you find yourself witnessing yourself through someone else's eyes. It's a weird sort of sensation, but it's nice. So we're just rolling with it. What else do we have for Tauruses, please? This month's 15. A new romantic cycle begins. So whether you're single or partnered, whatever work you have done up until this point, because I feel like for a lot of us, we experienced a lot of the rock bottom last month and the month before. These two cards popped out too, Surrender to the Divine and the End of a Tough Cycle approaches. So I feel like that's where we've been. Both full moon cards here. So now as a result, a new start where we are like actually experiencing a sense of self-love, not trying to love ourselves. We're experiencing naturally ourselves, loving ourselves and admiring ourselves and appreciating ourselves. A newfound love and respect for ourselves, and that is then projected and perpetuated in our reality. So look at this. And this I feel like is also talking about with ourselves too, but also when it comes to those connections in our life. So whether you're partnered or singles, someone's coming in because of this work that you've done. For those in a relationship that have been having sort of like things come up in the relationship, just a tough time in the relationship, a tough time connecting. Maybe there's been a rift or a temporary disconnect energetically. Like you guys might still be together, but there's just things you've been disconnected from each other just because you've been disconnected from yourself. So because you have reconnected to yourself, things can start up again and you can walk a new path that is one of inspiration and one that feels good to you. Wow, Taurus, I love that. And look, we've got the Empress on the bottom of the deck here. That's Taurus energy. I absolutely love that. All right. Enjoy the rest of your month, Taurus. Let me know if this resonated. Don't forget to subscribe. Give this video a like for me to help me out. I'm trying to grow my channel here. And if you guys are interested in grabbing a personal reading with me, you can do so by heading to the Etsy shop link, which is in the description box here. Or you can follow me on Instagram. I do post daily like content and messages and readings on Instagram. So follow me there. And you can also get like an Instagram reading where I will DM you your reading either via voice memo or a written, just depending on what you're up for. All right, enjoy. Okay, Gemini. Here we go, Geminis. This is for Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. Spirit team, show me what's going on for the collective, Gemini collective for this month, please. April 2022. All right, 8 shuffles. Here we go. 7. 6. Ooh. 5. 4. 0. All right, Gemini. Queen of Swords, 7 of Wands, Ace of Cups, and the Queen of Pentacles. And clarifying those, we have 4 shuffles. 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, so clarifying the Queen of Swords, we have Judgment. Oh, Judgment. Clarifying the 7 of Wands, we have the 5 of Wands in reverse. Oh, goodness, why is that so hard to get? 5 of Wands reversed. Love to see that. Clarifying the Ace of Cups, we have the 9 of Wands. A lot of Wands energy. You guys are very much, there's a lot of doing it, a lot of drive. And clarifying the Queen of Pentacles, we have the 9 of Cups. Okay, great. Okay. So Gemini, Queen of Swords and Judgment. You guys are coming to a new sense of understanding here. You guys are very clear, very direct. You're clear on what you want. This month you are coming into really understanding, like I'm hearing oversight. You have a sense of oversight in, not like you're not seeing what you need to, but you have, it's almost like oversight in a sense of perspective. You have this knowing and you have this all-seeingness when it comes to a situation in your life. You see things very clearly. You see things for what they are. Your discernment is very, very strong. It's very on point right now. And I don't know what this was for you, but you're definitely coming out of a time of just extreme like inner conflict. This thing had you really conflicted, and it was sort of like illusioned too. You might have felt like you were sort of competing with yourself or others when it came to this thing. And I think that you realize this month that you don't need to exert yourself in that way, Gemini. You don't need to take on a competitive nature, because persevering is enough. You sort of like understanding your best point of defense. I don't know what that means specifically. I feel like this is talking about, for you, I feel like this is very much talking about when it comes to your trying to get things done. You've been approaching it from a certain way for a long time. And I feel like this month it finally clicks to you. You see like, okay, if I want this outcome, my output doesn't need to be one of competition, because if I feel like I'm in competition, or I'm competing with other people, or even with myself, I realize I'm coming from a place of lack. And through that awareness, you shift the way in which you attack this, your point of attack. You re-strategize, you have a new plan, and you're taking this discernment and you're using that to re-strategize and replan this. And it actually has a really, really big impact with Judgment here. It changes the game for you in a way. It leads to a brand new beginning with so much emotional fulfillment. So this could be in regards to a relationship, or a job that you've been wanting to get, or a certain outcome when it comes to like your career or something like that. And you understand that there's just a little bit more to go, but you're so close to the end. You see it, it's right there. You know it's coming. It's like this is solidified for you. It's happening for you. But there's just a little bit more for you to go. There's a little bit further for you to go. And I feel like this physical action, the action that you take towards this, it's going to take a little bit of getting used to, because as I said, you've changed the way in which that you approach action and taking action towards, on things and towards things. And I feel like it's going to take a little bit for you to get used to. So don't worry about trying to navigate that. I feel like let this be an intuitive process, because you will very quickly find your footing this month. You're finding your footing this month, and you're finding a sense of stability within the way that you do things, and within the way that you go after what it is that you want. And this new place in which you are participating from, this new place in which you are launching yourself from, gives you exactly what it was that you've been wanting. You've been wanting this stability. You feel comfortable here. It's almost like you feel like you've been seeking this sense of nourishment, or you've been wanting to be in a role of nurturing. And you're finally finding that here with this, because you've been patient with yourself and you've persisted. You've kept going. You haven't stopped. And you've been really intentional in the way that you are approaching this situation, or when it comes to your action. And it leads to exactly what you want. You guys will know exactly what this is for you. All right, Spirit Team, what do we have with these Oracle cards for Gemini Collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus? This is very much about your approach and your plan of attack. You're re-strategizing your plan of attack. You're re-strategizing your approach. And good on you. Just like Taurus, a new start is coming. That's this Ace of Cups. So the thing that you've been trying to work towards, the thing that you've been intending to achieve, you're achieving it this month. Because you have dared to look outside of the box. You've dared to think outside the box. And I feel like you realized as well that doing things this way, of like being in this sort of like competitive, chaotic way when you're approaching the things that you want, it doesn't feel good to you, and it leaves you confused, and it leaves you feeling really unstable. And that's not what you're wanting. So you're like, okay, well, I need to think of a better way to do this because I can't continue on this way. Adjustments are required, and you're making them. You're literally, I feel like you've identified what adjustments that are required, and I feel like you're this month you're really implementing them. And because of that, the new start that you want is inevitable. One at a time, please. Just one more. Lucky's on your side. And that's not saying like this happens by luck. It's more like you feel lucky. You feel like you have, you know, universal support. You feel like you have the support of your spirit team, the universe. You feel like things are just moving in your favor, and you're like, what have I done to actually deserve this? And it's not a matter of being deserving. It's a matter of taking control. Taking control and responsibility and accountability for the way that your life is playing out for you. When we do that, it doesn't mean that we're shaming ourselves for doing things a certain way or doing things incorrectly. When we do that, it means that we're taking back our power, and we have the ability to change situations and to turn situations around in our favor. All right, Gemini, I'm really excited for you, and I just want to say I'm really proud of you too. I know it's not easy for you to discern. I feel like you think you have this open-mindedness and you have this perspective, but I feel like as well it's hard for you to really see the truth of the situation. More like it's hard for you to see objectively, because seeing things objectively to you means that you can see this and this and this and this and this. You can see both sides of the coin, and you deliberate both sides of the coin. You ponder both sides of the coin, and you see the value and the purpose in both sides of the coin. It's been hard for you to choose. And I feel like this month you're choosing. You're choosing that it's important for you to make some adjustments, and you get the results. All right, Geminis, don't forget to subscribe and like this video if you haven't already. If you guys are interested in grabbing a personal reading with me, you can do so by heading to the Etsy link, which is in the description box, or you can follow me on Instagram and purchase a Instagram reading. Essentially it's the same thing. It'll just be delivered through Instagram, so maybe it's a little bit more accessible for you, easier for you, things like that. All information will be in the description box about that. Follow me on Instagram, and then you can head to the link in my bio for an Instagram reading. It is through PayPal. You don't need to have a PayPal account, all of that jazz. What else? Also I post daily on my Instagram readings, things like that. So messages, love messages. So feel free to follow me over there. Okay? Have a good rest of the month, gems. Alright, so we're going to get started onto Cancer next. But before we do that, I'm just going to take a sip of my drink. A couple of gulps, I mean. So Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. right. Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. Spirit team, what do we have for Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus for this month, April 2022? What are the messages for Cancer, the Cancer Collective? We're going to do 4 more shuffles. 3. 2. 1. 0. All right, Cancer. Ooh, got the Sun on the bottom of the deck. 3 of Swords, 3 of Pentacles, lots of 3s, 10 of Cups, 7 of Swords. And clarifying that, we're going to shuffle 3 times and then pull. All right, clarifying the 3 of Swords, we have the 4 of Swords. Very nice. That's progression. We love to see it, Cancer. Good on you guys. I know it's hard for you to let go of emotionally identifying with things that happen to you, pain. I know it's not very easy for you to do that. But once you do, I feel like it's easier than you. I feel like it's easier than you figured out. I feel like you sometimes tend to like assimilate with your emotions, identify with them, and it's such a beautiful thing. But it can also cause you a lot of pain. I completely understand that. Clarifying the 3 of Pentacles, we have the Page of Pentacles. Clarifying the 10 of Cups, we have the 2 of Pentacles. And clarifying the 7 of Swords, we have the 10 of Wands. Okay, so you guys, Cancer, this month you guys are definitely healing, contemplating and healing something that has caused you a lot of pain. So whether or not it's something that, you know, has happened more recently, or whether it's something that's sort of more like childhood trauma, or like something from the past, no matter what it really is, it's caused a sense of significant pain here, and it's been something that's been hard for you to, I guess, move through. But you're doing it here, and you're allowing yourself to observe what comes up. And I know that's really hard because you guys feel things so deeply, and sometimes revisiting past traumas and pain, it's like you relive and you refeel those experiences, and you're learning how to do this in a mental way instead of a body and soul way. You're learning how to observe these pains, and you're learning how to process and acknowledge what they are without putting yourself through that physically again or emotionally again, if that makes sense. So that's that's like a superpower for you guys. That's amazing, and I'm really proud of you for that. We also then have, sorry, I just got a little bit distracted there. Three of Pentacles, the Page of Pentacles. Look at you. Actively working through this stuff. You've through this contemplation and through this sort of like observing your trauma and your pain from a detached way, you've mastered, like you've grasped, you've figured out there's self-discovery here. There's a sense of self-discovery, and you are now sort of taking this pentacle and going, okay, I can now put that in place. I'm seeing these pentacles as less of a sculpture like it is intended to be, and more of a placeholder for a pentacle, So you're taking this pentacle to the sculpture and you're putting it in its placeholder. This is a self-discovery that you've made, and this is something that you'll keep there that you can refer to when it comes to this. So you're learning something new about yourself, about your pain, about the things that hurt you, why these types of experiences continue to happen to you. You're understanding where that's coming from. You're getting a sense of awareness. And this is really interesting because this is, so far, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and you guys have, it's 12-12 right now, have definitely reflected what I picked up on in the collective energies for this month. And it's really interesting to see how it's happening in different ways for you guys. I love it. Now, with this new self-discovery, with this new piece of information, I feel like you've unlocked something within yourself. You've unlocked knowledge and you've unlocked wisdom and power within yourself. It's almost as if this is allowing you, this has freed you from this pain. And you feel as though you can move through life now and experience on a mundane level bliss, joy, happiness, and you're finding your happiness. You're able to identify when something isn't going to make you happy, when something is going to bring you pain, and you're able to objectively observe that and go, okay, that's not for me. This is adjustments. I would not be surprised if the adjustments are required card comes out in the oracle part of this. You're making adjustments and you're making those changes. And here, look, so you've got this one pentacle here, and now you've got another one in the mix. And you're learning how to use both of those as tools to your advantage so that you can achieve this sense of happiness, this sense of bliss. Oh, wrong way. This is really exciting. This is what's happening this month, Cancer. You're no longer, okay, and this is, don't take this the wrong way, because it's like, the best way I can explain this is, I'm seeing this as like, you're no longer running from your own responsibilities to yourself. And I feel like you weren't like actively avoiding, some of you may have been, and you can admit that, but I feel like for a lot of you, it wasn't that you were trying to avoid responsibility, taking accountability and responsibility for the pain and hurt that happens to you, and you know how you contribute to that sometimes, because it's true. Anytime we experience loss or pain, there's a certain part of us that contributes to that. It's nuanced and it's complex, I know, don't come at me. But I feel like you're no longer neglecting this part of yourself. And I think it wasn't that you were trying to neglect, I just think that you didn't have the awareness or the realization that this was a sense of neglect within yourself. And it was hard for you to, you didn't know how. You didn't know how to put down the burdens. You didn't know how to put down the baggage. You didn't know how to let go of the past, or the past story, or the past narrative. You didn't know how to do that, but now you do. I don't know how you got there, but you're starting out with this reading. You're starting out this reading with already being at the point where you've had the realization and the understanding that something needs to change, that you do need to contemplate. Okay. Clear gustance is clear tasting. I taste orange juice. just quickly there. Channeled like the taste of orange juice. So I don't know if orange juice has any meaning to you specifically, or if maybe you need a little bit of orange juice, or maybe you'll have a realization over orange juice. I don't know. All right, Spirit Team, what do we have for Cancers? Ooh. There's like deep scratches there. What's that about? All right, Spirit Team, Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus for April 2022. It's time to release negativity, and you're doing that. That's what's happening this month. You're releasing the old stories. You're releasing the old narratives, but more importantly, you're understanding how it needs to be released. You're understanding that it needs to be released and why it needs to be released, and why it had continued to become, like, it continued to be your story. A win-win outcome is forecast. So things are going in your favor. And if this is involving like another person or another person in your life or multiple people in your life, there is, a win-win outcome when it comes to that. So it's like you're benefiting either in more than one way, in more than one area of your life, or if it's just simply for you, it's you and another person, you're both benefiting from this. And luck is on your side. Gemini just got this too, so you may have Gemini placements. So this is a sense of feeling lucky, or feeling like things are just magically happening or moving in your favor. And it's not that, it's just that you are in alignment with your soul. You're in alignment with your truth, with your authenticity, and you have the intention to act within your soul truth and your authenticity, which only good can come from that. All right, Cancer, I wish you the absolute best of the rest of your month. Have a great month. I'm really, really proud of you, and I'm really happy that you are coming to this realization. Sorry, I just heard the front door open. And don't forget to like and subscribe to this video, subscribe to my channel. If this resonated for you, let me know down in the comments, even if you're watching this after the stream. Don't forget to follow me on Instagram. I do post daily on there, post daily messages, daily like love updates and things like that. And I also offer Instagram readings. So if you're interested in a personal reading, you can check the Etsy link down below in the description box. So you can purchase a personal reading through Etsy, or if you want an Instagram reading, you can follow me on Instagram and check the Instagram link, which is in my bio. It will have all instructions. I have a couple posts. I usually do it on the weekends, so a weekend reading where I offer like a weekend special on readings. It's just like a really quick way to get a reading, really quick, detailed reading for you on a certain thing, or, something you're experiencing, and that will be delivered via Instagram. So if you're interested in that, definitely check down below and follow me on Instagram. And let me know if you want more videos like this, or if you like this video. And I will see you guys next time. Thank you for being here. Alrighty, so we've done Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. We're up to Leo. My lovely Leos. Alright, Spirit Team, this is for Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. I'm a Leo rising, so we'll see if this resonates for me. The Taurus Moon, I'm a Taurus Moon, the Taurus one definitely resonated. Spirit Team, what's happening for Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus for April 2022? 6 shuffles for you, Leos. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. the Magician, Page of Cups, the Lovers, very good, very good. Ace of Cups, stop. This is amazing. Okay, Leo, so we've got, on the bottom of the deck, we have the Page of Pentacles. So definitely sort of learning something new here. And I think it has something to do with your self-mastery. You're very much in touch with what I'm already starting this. You're very much in touch with your whims and your desires here, and you're just allowing them to exist and you're acknowledging them. But through doing that, you're feeling more connected with yourself, with your body, with your surroundings, and with other people in your life. And this is perpetuating a brand new beginning that is emotionally fulfilling. Or, you know, for some of you, it's going to be a brand new beginning in in the area of romance. For some of you as well, some of you Leos, you've manifested a romantic partner. Okay, this person could be Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. They could also be a Gemini, but Gemini here with the Lovers. All right, 2 more shuffles and then we'll clarify. Ooh. Here we go, Leos. Right, so clarifying the Magician, Leo, you've got the 6 of Cups. Clarifying the Page of Cups, we've got the 3 of Swords. I nearly said 3 of Cups. Clarifying the Lovers, we have the 10 of Swords. Clarifying the Ace of Cups, we've got the Tower. Okay, this is really good. I know those last 3 cards weren't, but they're clarifying the good cards. So I've got the Chariot underneath, with the 9 of Cups and the 3 of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles. Okay, and then we have you guys standing there, Queen of Wands, in your power, really standing on top of your game here. Leos, this is a really good month for you guys. Really good month for you guys. And I feel like this is good too, because I feel like a lot of you have experienced not so good energies leading up to this. Okay, so the Magician, with the Magician and the 6 of Cups, this is a sense of self-mastery, but also realizing that you have the tools to create a sense of joy and childlike wonder and fun and play. There's a real sense of like flow and play, and I feel like you're realizing, why can't I have that? Why have I been telling myself the same old story that my life isn't fun and that things aren't exciting anymore and that there's no sense of newness and joy in my life? I feel like you're realizing, oh my God, I do have all the tools. I have all the ingredients I need to make this happen, so I'm just going to do it. And through that, with the Magician, even though this is talking about self-mastery here, it's also talking about manifestation. Through doing that, through acknowledging that, you are manifesting something through you're manifesting a desire here. And for a lot of you, it's either a person, like a romantic interest, or it's a refreshment of energy in some kind of way here. Okay, and this is coming from, it's like you through this pain and wounding that you've experienced up to this point, especially as of late, you're realizing what this needs to be for you, what this Page of Cups, what this newness is for you, what this joy, nostalgia, what used to bring you joy, what used to bring you a sense of happiness and excitement and fulfillment. You're now sort of seeking that. You're affirming that it's coming to you. You're affirming that it's in your everyday reality. You're affirming that it's there. So you're choosing to look for it. It's like when you're in a really bad sort of headspace, and or when you're looking for problems in your relationship, how you always find them. And they say, be careful careful where you're looking, because you will find what you're looking for. It's the same thing, but flipped in a really positive aspect here. You look for joy, you find joy. Especially after a period of turmoil. Feeling connected after feeling so disconnected and at rock bottom. This is amazing. I absolutely love to see this. And yes, I'm a Leo rising, so this is resonating for me as well. So this is amazing. I love to see it for this month. Feeling reconnected again after feeling disconnected and just at your absolute lowest. And this could have just been a momentary thing, but for a lot of Leos, I feel like, or people that have Leo placements, strong Leo placements, I feel like this is very much something that has been happening over the last couple of months. It's been building and leading up. And now we're at the point where we're finally this month navigating how to sort of just flush that down the toilet. I don't know why Spirit gave me that, flushing it down the toilet. But we're reconnecting. We're reconnecting. Ace of Cups. New opportunities, new beginnings are seemingly like are flowing into our life. They're floating into our life on, through the hands of the universe or the hands of our higher self. And I feel like this comes after the Tower moment, right? We've had our Tower moment. We've had to rebuild because we realized where we were living, we didn't like it in there. It wasn't good. It wasn't for us. So we made the universe evict us, and a natural disaster occurred. And this is very much a reflection of what's been going on within us. And now we are repainting, we are redecorating our house, our body. We're putting more effort into ourselves, wherever it feels like it matters to you. And as a result, there are new beginnings. I feel like this can very much be for those who are sort of seeking this, like those who have been struggling in their relationships, like they were like with this disconnect. You guys are definitely coming back together, and there's a sense of that fun and flirtation and excitement being restored and reinvigorated into the relationship. And for those of you who have been single but have been looking for that, that's definitely here for you as well. And for those who it's neither of those things, this is about the self. This is completely about the self. But I feel like as well, this is both, because it's definitely the case for me. It's like whatever the problem had been in the area of romance, that's being fixed through the way that I'm navigating that within myself, if that makes sense. So let's grab you some Oracle cards, Leo. All right, Spirit team, for Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. For April 2022. I knew it. A new romantic cycle begins. Absolutely knew it. So romancing the self, I feel like as well, that came through really strongly. So romancing the self for singles brings romance. And romancing the self for those in relationship reinvigorates a sense of romance into the relationship. I absolutely love that. That's so exciting. Ooh. What else do we have for Leo rising? Please, Spirit. Ooh. Confidence is your key to success. And I feel like we've been reinvigorated with a sense of confidence too. I've definitely been viewing myself. I found myself viewing myself through new eyes. Like, I'm not cringing at myself. I'm not, my, body image isn't as distorted and warped as it had been the last few months. Like, I don't know what's changed or what's shifted, but I'm welcoming it, and I'm feeling a lot more confident, and I'm choosing to see that, to find more evidence of that within my reality. I think as well, for a lot of us Leo placements, we've really just been doing and acting on what is in alignment with us and what feels good for us. Really doing some inner child healing work too. I forgot to mention inner child healing, inner child work, and reparenting our inner child, sorting through our traumas. And that has given us, it's almost like given us life again. Let's get one more card for Leos. Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus, please, Spirit, for April 2022. You and your loved ones are safe. Yeah, so for those of you who this like relationship stuff has been happening, that's all taken care of. And well, Ace of Cups, Page of Cups, Lovers, Ace of Cups. Are you kidding me? Like, that is a complete new start. So for those single, Spirit, can we get one for singles? Because that you and your loved ones card was more for those in relationships. Conclusions are within reach. So whatever you're trying to achieve, singles, the answers are coming. There's a conclusion to a cycle that you're experiencing, and it comes through in the way in which you romance yourself. And you know, the more that you act upon your desires and your whims, and the more that you choose to express yourself in however way you feel comfortable doing that, and it could change from day to day, but the more that you get comfortable with expressing yourself, the more appreciation you will have for yourself, which then allows us to notice people appreciating us. And that's such a very Leo thing. I feel like if we feel underappreciated in any kind of way, it can be really, really debilitating for us. All right, Leo, so that's what I have for you for this month. Don't forget to subscribe and like this live video if this resonated for you. For those of you who are interested in a personal reading, you can book one with me through the link in my bio. You can also follow me on Instagram. I do post daily messages and readings and things like that on my Instagram. And I also on weekends do Instagram readings where you can purchase a reading through the link in my bio through PayPal. And I will get it to you by the end of the weekend, so Sunday, 11:59 p.m. And it will be delivered through Instagram DMs. All right. Leos, enjoy the rest of your month. I hope it's a beautiful one for you. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment telling me how this shows up for you and how it resonated for you. And I will see you in the next video. Okie dokie. Next we have Virgos. All right, this is going to be for Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus. Virgos, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus for April 2022. What energies can Virgos expect to come up here? 5. I'm going to do 5 shuffles for Virgos. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Virgos, 1 second. Okay, Virgos, we've got the 9 of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles, a lot of Pentacles here, Ace of Swords, and the Moon. Very nice. All right, we've got the Death card on the bottom of the deck and the Hanged Man, so I will take that. Let's give this 3 shuffles for clarifications. Okay, so Virgo, clarifying the 9 of Pentacles, we have the Queen of Swords. Clarifying the Knight of Pentacles, we have the 8 of Wands. Clarifying the Ace of Swords, we have the 7 of Pentacles. I think there's a bit of fluff in my nose or something, it's tickling in there. And clarifying the Moon, we have the 8 of Cups. Okay, this is great. There's a lot of progression here. Look, Knight of Swords underneath too, so really asserting yourself here. You guys have currently gone through a transformation, a huge, 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 huge transformation, ego death, whatever you want to call it, metamorphosis. And it's been when it comes to your perspective. You're seeing things very, very differently. You're seeing and you're viewing your experiences not only from the past, but also in the present. You're experiencing life in a brand new way. You're experiencing life in a new way. And this is really good because this is, you're finding yourself this month in a really stable place. Your finances are definitely going to be improving this month. You're able to enjoy life a little bit more this month. Don't worry if you haven't already, we're still in the first week of the month. But this comes from a sense of discernment. So you're discerning, I think you're perceiving things differently, and you're discerning what is important to you and what isn't, and what perspectives matter to you and what don't. And what holds meaning to you when it comes to this? Like, what's your Nine of Pentacles look like? For some, it's financial independence. For others, it's material gain. For others, it's a beautiful home, a beautiful garden, a beautiful backyard, a beautiful lawn. It is maybe a combination of a bit of everything, feeling like they have money to spend, money to give, money to save, and then some. Whatever it is, you're identifying what's important to you, and this is allowing that to come through because you're seeing things from a different perspective. So it's more like, I feel like you're simplifying things too. You're simplifying your life. And you see how you can implement new things which actually bring you those results. And it's like the things that you've been persisting with and working towards for so long, now that you have this new perspective and you implement the new things right here as well, things start to really, really speed up. They go from slow to fast, really, in like a matter of a week, matter of days, I want to say. Matter of days, things start to really shift for you. Clearer sense of direction. You implement changes because you're seeing things differently. You're identifying where to invest your money, where to invest your time to improve your money. I really feel like that's what's showing up here. I was just thinking where you guys have eighth house, finances. You guys, just say you're a Virgo rising, right? This month is transiting your eighth house. Regardless though, it's like it's like an epiphany. You're able to identify what's missing. Becoming very clear about identifying what's missing, and you're going and getting it. You're like, okay, I'm okay with temporarily leaving this here. I know that I've spent a lot of time doing this. I can always come back to it. But what really is important is I go and get this thing because I know what it is that's missing. I know what it is that I need. I know what the missing link is. So I need to go in pursuit of that so that I can bring it back. It's like you realized you were planting this whole time, and like you could have used a fertilizer which made it easier or a better result for you. I don't know much about gardening, so don't mind me if I'm just completely wrong there, but you know what I mean. It's like you've been doing things the hard way, and you're identifying how you can do things efficiently when it comes to what it is you're trying to achieve. And then you find yourself in a whole new life of abundance and prosperity. It comes in very quickly because you have this new understanding and this new perspective. All right, let's get some oracle cards for you, Virgo. Spirit team, what do we have for Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus for the month of April 2022? Bring love into the situation. So okay, I think what the missing link here is what you love to do. So I feel like for a lot of you, this is about your money, this is about your finances, your business, your career. I think you realize that you were doing things by the book because that's how you do things and that's how it's always been done, but you didn't even necessarily love what you were doing. You're realizing that you need to go in pursuit of what you love because this isn't serving you anymore. You can always come back to it, but you need to pursue something new. And I feel like you guys are realizing what this something new is, and this something new is really going to bring you good money this month. Or you start to see good money coming in this month because you are following through on the things that you love to do, things that are unique to you, things that you're passionate about. The answers you need are coming. So some of you haven't had these realizations yet. Some of you haven't had this realization yet, so please don't worry. The answers that you need are coming. You will know how to bring love into the situation, how to bring what you love into what you're trying to achieve here. How to make what you're trying to achieve around what it is that you love. The answers for that are coming, so please don't worry. For those of you who haven't experienced that yet. And for those who have, who do have an idea and have started to sort of implement that, what this card can also mean for you, this answers you need a coming card, can mean that the results, the proof of that, the receipts are coming. A fiery climax approaches. Yep, exactly. So I feel like things are really coming to a head here. I feel like you're at this friction point now where it's like you're about to go. This movement. You're about to take off, a plane taking off, right? You're gaining momentum. You've already got the momentum. So you're about to take off. You're about to launch. You're about to launch. Virgo, I know that you guys can be very pedantic about, when you identify something that needs to be fixed or implemented or something and you don't have those answers yet. I know that that can really, really stress you out. I understand. But take comfort in the fact that they're coming regardless and that you don't actually need to do anything except for be receptive to that. And once you have those answers, boom, take off, launches. And everything that you've been working so hard for and waiting for when it comes to your finances, when it comes to your money, finally comes. Focus on bringing love into this. Focus on doing what it is you love, nurturing what it is you love, bringing that into the way you earn money. And focus that around, I'm doing what I love. I'm doing this because it's what I love to do. So I know that the money will come. Assume that it's coming. For those of you who don't already know, look into the law of assumption. It is the most simple form of manifesting, simple, easy technique and method. All you need to do is just allow yourself to feel a little delusional at the beginning and just believe what you want to see. I'm going to do what it is that I love. And as a result, the money will come. Every time I do what I love, money flows effortlessly towards me. When I do what I love, money comes to me with ease. When I do what I love, money is attracted to me. When I do what I love, the abundance, prosperity, and wealth that I finds me effortlessly. Those are a couple affirmations that you can use this month. All right? I hope that resonated, Virgo. Good luck for the rest of the month. It's going to be a really, really good month for you. Be patient. I know you have been already. Try not to control the situation. Allow it to unfold. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. I would really love to hear some comments, about whether or not this resonated for you, things like that. Follow me on TikTok as well as Instagram. I do post daily on both of those. I post daily readings. If you guys are interested in purchasing a personal reading, you can do so by heading to the Etsy link, which is always in the description. Or when you follow me on Instagram, I have just started incorporating weekend readings where you can just randomly on a whim pay me on PayPal, and that you will get, and leave me your Instagram handle, and I will DM you your reading by 11:59 p.m. on a Sunday. So I open that today on Fridays actually, so you can go ahead and do that now if you like. All right, thanks Virgos. Next we have Libra. All right, Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. Let's see. Okay. All right, Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. This is your April. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I just got a phone call. There's lots of interruptions happening for your reading today, Libra. Okay. So, Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. This is your monthly reading for April 2022. I nearly said April 2021. All right, Spirit, how many times are we shuffling? 4 times for Libras, okay. 4. 3. 2. 1. Come on. 0. Okay, Libra. 2 of Cups. Very nice, very nice. 4 of Cups. Not so nice, but it'll be good. Don't worry, I know it. The High Priestess. 3 of Cups. 3 of Swords, sorry. So a mixture of both, but I'm seeing a connection here. I'm seeing a connection in how to weave through this and your mental processes this month. So clarifying these cards. 3 more shuffles. One more for good luck. Okay, clarifying the Two of Cups, we have the Star. Beautiful. So healing within a connection. Clarifying the Four of Cups, we have the Moon. Clarifying the High Priestess, we have the Four of Pentacles. And clarifying the Three of Swords, we have the Knight of Cups. This is very much the Emperor on the bottom of the deck too, as well as the Five of Wands and also the Empress. Stop it. So there's, I always forget to call out the signs that I'm seeing. So we've got Aries, Libra, Taurus, Aquarius, Cancer and Pisces here. So if that's relevant to you, great. If not, don't worry. What I'm seeing this is about, this is a very, this is more of a specific one, definitely. This is very much a counterpart connection, divine counterpart connection, twin flame, soulmate kind of thing. However you sort of feel about that, right? I'm not here to push labels upon you guys, but I'm seeing this is a, oh my goodness, my nose is very itchy. It feels like there's like a hair or something. Sorry. This is a very significant spiritual connection, okay? And I feel like there's been a lot of conflict happening. I don't know how long this has been happening for, but I just know it's been happening. And I feel like this month you guys are finally getting to the root of the issue and really overcoming it. There's been a lot of just conflict. And it doesn't have to be exactly fighting or anything like that, but I'm definitely seeing that here. So they want you, so first of all, the universe is like, hey, we're going to address this because I feel like this has been sort of experienced for a lot. And for Libra risings, I feel like your 7th house is going to be in Aries. Let me see. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Yeah. So for Libra risings, definitely. This is talking about your 7th house, which is partnerships, marriages, connections. But for Libra suns, if this is resonating, please don't worry about that. And moons and Venuses. There's definitely healing, and a reconnection that is sort of very grounded in harmony, a sense of harmony between the two of you. This is what's happening this month. This is what the focus of this month is for you, okay? Because Libras, this month, Aries season, but also the month of April, Aries season is very much activating your 7th house. So partnerships are very much going to be the focus here. But regardless of what your placement is or what house you have it in, it doesn't matter, right? If this is resonating, it's resonating. There's been a sense of dissatisfaction within the connection, and I think that's what has been contributing to this conflict, to this 5 of Wands here, okay, the conflict. And it's been like you're not really understanding how or what is contributing to this, what this dissatisfaction is. You can't, it hasn't been able, neither of you have been able to see it clearly. It's led to like a sense of complacency, apathy. And I feel like what you guys aren't realizing is that this has been within yourself that has been projected onto the relationship, if that makes sense. So intuitively, whether you guys realize this yet or not, your intuition, your higher selves, the universe is trying to tell you that this is because of you holding back, you're holding on to something. So whether it's an outdated mindset, toxic belief system, conditioning, there's something, or it could be a job, it could be a family member, it could be a friend, anything that you're holding on to, something that is not allowing you to move forward. This is very reminiscent of what a period that I've experienced with my relationship as of late, but neither of us have strong Libra placements, so this is interesting. One or both of you, I feel like it's both of you in some kind of way, but it shows up differently, right? So both of you are holding back holding on to something that is, it's not good, and it's causing a sense of stagnation, and it's not allowing the relationship to move forward. And neither of you have been seeing an opportunity to Ace of Cups here. Neither of you have been seeing the opportunity to move forward, or how to move forward, or how to fix this, or how to improve this. So you're looking at what you have and you're like, there's something missing. Something's gone, something's not present here. It's right here. It's literally right there, but you guys haven't been able to perceive this thing yet. And your intuition is trying to tell you, but because you're holding on to something that is no longer serving you, it's keeping you stagnant, it's keeping you in the same place. You'll only ever have those 4 pentacles. You won't be able to grow and progress within the relationship unless you seek deeper meaning, seek deeper. Things will come to light here with the moon, but you need to be open to the perspective, Libra, that, okay, maybe there is something that needs to be realized here. Maybe I'm being too close-minded. Your intuition is trying to tell you what it is. So it's there, but you need to be open to hearing. You need to let go of this pentacle just for a little bit. Just put it down. Put it on your lap. You don't have to let it go. You just need to remove it from that position so that you can embrace the intuition, embrace the guidance that your intuition is trying to give you. Because when you do that, you realize that the pain that you're experiencing is past pain. It's past trauma, past wounding, and there's actually a way forward, and you both actually can meet in the middle, meet each other halfway. There's a disconnect in the way that you guys are connecting. And I talk about this in my podcast, so for those of you who are interested, if this is resonating for you and you want to know more about the way that the dynamic of your relationship is playing out and how that is being enforced by both of you, then check the link in my in the description for the podcast. I talk about this in depth. But I call it the point of relation, meaning it's the point in which we are relating with each other, with one another. And I feel like there's a disconnect there. There's a block. We're not seeing. We're being too rigid in our approach. And I feel like what we're trying to get from our person is what we're needing, but it's not what they're needing. So they're not receptive to that. What they're giving to us is what they're trying to get. And we're doing the exact same thing. What we're giving to them is what we're trying to get. When we need to be receptive on more of a spiritual level, on more of a lean into the spiritual connection and the spiritual aspect of this connection, to intuitively understand what is being said. Communicating our needs, right? We don't all communicate verbally. Sometimes when it comes to things like emotions and love, some people don't know how to communicate their needs. I feel like one or both of you, that's what's happening here. One of you is communicating and the other is withdrawing because of that communication. It feels like pressure because they're not understanding our point of relation and we're not understanding their point of relation. So we're just at this sort of impasse. Look for the body language. Everyone says to, learn each other's love language, but they don't understand what that actually means. That literally means we have to learn a new language. When our love language might be words of affirmation and physical touch, and what love languages change, right? So we have a primary love language, but they change from time to time during what we go through. So one time we might start the relationship feeling like we really, really need our primary love language is words of affirmation. And 18 months into the relationship, we may find that based on what we're currently experiencing right now, our primary love language is physical touch. And it's the same thing for our partner. It changes. And if we don't understand, if we're at a point where we don't understand that the communication is important and to be receptive of the other person's point of relation, then this occurs. We talk about this, we've been talking about this a lot in the Divine Counterpart series that I've been doing and in the Divine Counterpart update. So go back on my channel and look that up. If this is resonating, go back and look that up. That's what's been perpetuating this conflict. And you're both speaking different languages here. So in order to understand each other, we don't yet know how to speak this language for each other yet, right? So the only thing we can do is observe the behaviors of the other person. By doing that, you see opportunities to give love, and you see exactly how it's not that your partner isn't loving you or giving you love. It's not that they're neglecting you, and it's the same way for them. It's that you're not necessarily receptive to the love that is being given because you've never known this. You've never known that sometimes people give love in different ways because that's what they're trying to get. So the way that you can get around this, I feel, is by being receptive, paying attention to how they are showing love when they are showing love. For example, they might really go out of their way to thank you for doing something that was, is usually a chore that they do. And they might really thank you in a way that's not just, oh, thanks for doing that. It's, thank you so much for doing that. I really appreciate you doing that today. That's acknowledgement. That's praise. That's what they're needing. So be receptive to that and go, okay, well, they really loved it when I did that. They made an effort. They made a point of doing that, of acknowledging that. So I'm going to give them more acknowledgement and more praise. Let me tell you, I started doing this and the receptivity was reciprocated. And because I also let myself feel the appreciation for the way that my partner had been showing me love in that moment. I let myself go, oh, hang on, yeah. Just because he's not able to give me love in the way that I'm asking for it right this minute, at the moment, that doesn't mean that he doesn't love me at all, and it doesn't mean that I miss out, because when I sit here and I allow myself to feel the gratitude of him showing me love in that way, I do feel loved. I don't feel neglected the same way that I did. And because I've taken that on and I've accepted that, I've gone, wow, okay, yeah, I feel that. I feel that in my body. I feel that nourishment. I understand he's given me what he needs from me. I'm going to make it an effort to give that to him. And after a day of doing that, I noticed he started to feel more connected to his body. He started to feel more connected to himself. He wasn't dissociating as much. He wasn't withdrawn as much. He was more present. And he was more intuitively aware and receptive to the energies or to the way that I needed to experience love from him. And he started doing that naturally. It became natural. So we came back in a sense of flow with each other, reconnected again. But I feel like due to the dynamic, it's going to take one of you to sort of realize this first and shift that. It's not that you're doing more. It's just at this point in time, maybe you're the one that needs to, maybe you're the only one right now, maybe you don't realize it, but maybe you're the one right now that has the capacity to be the first one to take that step. Okay? Let's get some oracle cards. Spirit team for Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. The energy is gaining momentum. So things are starting to quicken. So as soon as you take on what I've just said and understand it and fathom it, if this situation is resonating for you, that adjustments are required, you can start to begin making those adjustments and things will start coming back into flow, connection. Let's get one more. Work through your fears. So please go and listen to my podcast. It's up on all streaming services: Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and Spotify. And if you're on any others, it'll be there too. But I speak about this in more depth. I can't go into it much here. Also check out the Divine Counterpart readings on my channel as well as on my Instagram. I talk about those. I share daily counterpart messages as well as other readings on my TikTok as well as my Instagram. So go follow me there. If you are wanting a personal reading, you can get one by heading to the link in my bio, the Etsy shop link, or you can grab a weekend special reading on my Instagram. I've just started incorporating those now, where you can just head to the link in my bio on my Instagram page and go to the Instagram reading little tab and send through the payment, and that'll come through to me, and you will receive your reading via DMs, Instagram DMs, by the end of the weekend. So Sunday, 11:59 p.m. Australian Eastern Time. Okay, so Libra, I really hope that resonated for you. If that did, let me know in the comments. And there's lots more. I talk about this lots more, as I said, in my Divine Counterpart readings on here, on my Instagram, and on my new podcast. So the link for the podcast is in the description. There's lots more info for you if you feel like you still need a little bit more direction. So please don't worry about that, okay? Like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. And have a wonderful month. I will see you next time. Okay, next we have Scorpios. I'm just going to have a quick drink break. Okay, Scorpio. Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. Let me just get my phone charger. Oh no. What's that? Okay, Scorpio. Let's get to your April 2022 monthly reading. All right, so this is for Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus Spirit. How many shuffles are we doing? 8. 8 shuffles for Scorpios. All right, let's see. 7. One more. Here you go, Scorpio. All right, Six of Wands, looking good. Queen of Swords, looking very good. Tower. Two of Pentacles, okay. Now, we've got the 10 of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Let's shuffle 3 times and then we'll clarify. Oh my God. Okay, so Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, April 2022. Clarifying the 6 of Wands, we have the interesting. That flipped out and I just put it back on top. And it came out reversed. Loving that. Okay, Queen of Swords. We have the Wheel of Fortune. Very nice. Clarifying the Tower, we have the 4 of Swords. This is good. This is a good tower, I feel like. It's not a scary one. Clarifying the 2 of Pentacles, we have the 3 of Pentacles. Very nice. Lots of progression here. I feel like, Scorpios, you guys are dealing with a lot of insights. We've got the 2 of Cups at the bottom of the deck, as well as the 8 of Wands and the High Priestess. And the Star under that. So there seems to be a lot of like healing when it comes to connections in your life. So Scorpio, you have, if you're a Scorpio rising, that means you have Aries, because we're in Aries season right now. You have Aries in the 8th house. Yes. Let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First house, second house. 3rd house, 4th house, 5th house, 6th house, sorry. 6th house is going the other way. So yeah, so you have Aries in the 6th house. So when it comes to your everyday routines, your co-workers, your pets, your mental health, your health in general, as well as your job, your day job, okay? There's a lot of, I feel like there is a new connection coming in, or you're moving very quickly forward. There seems to be a spiritual connection. There seems to be a lot of telepathy here. I don't know how this ties in. We will see, okay? But this is like the overarching energy that's driving what we're seeing here this month. So this is good. I'm liking this. I'm literally seeing that you're choosing to put down what feels too much for you this month. You're like, why am I carrying that right now? I deserve to be celebrated. I deserve to be recognized. So I'm not overexerting myself in order to be recognized. I'm going to be recognized by putting down all the extra crap that I've been carrying. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not overworking myself. I'm not overexerting myself. And it's funny because you're doing that, you're allowing yourself to thrive, you're setting boundaries, but you're also showing those who, wherever this is playing out, whether it's in your job, whether it's in a relationship, whatever it is, you're making them realize, oh, Scorpio was doing more than their fair share. Scorpio was going above and beyond. And you're getting that recognition. It's funny. Isn't that funny? You have a clear sense of discernment and direction, okay? And you make decisions this month which impact change, which bring about change in a really, really impactful way, which is essentially what we were talking about here. It brings about a sense of change for you in the way that you have been hoping for, in the way that you've been wanting this to happen. Which is, it's almost ironic. I feel like really an ironic feeling with that. And I feel like what led to this, what's leading to this month is like a moment where you're sort of like, okay, you're faced with something, you're faced with a situation where you're like, okay, you're at like a crossroads here, a turning point. And you're like, okay, what am I going to do? Am I going to continue on this path of overextending, overexerting, overdoing things in order to receive this recognition? Am I going to... I feel like you're reaching a breaking point. I feel like that's what this Tower is. You're like reaching a breaking point, having a meltdown, and you're like, no more. And you're really sort of taking a pause and taking a break, taking a time out of this, whatever this is, whether it's a job, an interpersonal relationship, whatever it is for you. You're taking a break and you're like, I can't continue on like this. Something's got to give. And so you just withdraw completely from the situation. You stop giving your time to it because you're like, okay, I need to sort out what I'm going to do. And I feel like you just decide to... Wait, which way did that go? Went that way, I think. Yeah. I feel like you decide to... You contemplate and you go, okay, well, what can be done about this? You're like, okay, well, I can... How am I going to navigate this? I can actually juggle these two things still. I can make some adjustments and make some changes, which will hopefully elicit a sense of change, and I can adapt this situation in a favorable way for me. I'm just letting go of 4 of these wands. I'm letting go of 4 of these wands, and this then brings about a sense of change, and it sort of brings collaboration. So I feel like this is bringing a sense of awareness and realization to whoever this is involving. They're realizing that you have been doing all of the work and then some, and they have not been pulling their weight. They have not been giving their fair share, and they have not been as present in this as you have been, and they understand how tiring it has been for you and how exhausting it has been for you. And this is sounding familiar. I'm just looking at someone's chart really quickly. This is bringing collaboration. So this time out that you have, this could be at work and in a relationship. I feel like they've both mirrored each other. And I feel like the lesson here was that you don't need to overextend yourself. You don't need to take on other people's stuff just because you feel like that's your role. No, whoever this is about, this, you know, if it's like in a relationship sense, this other person I'm seeing hasn't necessarily given you that role or hasn't had that expectation of you. That's an expectation that you put on yourself based on, you know, upbringing, family dynamics as a kid, things like that. Is this, Spirit, is this for Scorpios in relationships and work, or just work, just relationships, or all 3? I'm feeling like it might be different for all of you. Yeah, so work, okay. When it comes to work. There's a sense that you learn something here, and you learn how to, I think, stand up for yourself by pulling back. And I feel like people start to recognize you more and start to appreciate you more. Yes, that's what I was doing. I was looking at where this person has Scorpio in their chart. Their 10th house, career. Okay, interesting. This is exactly what I suspected. And I feel like if this energy is leaking into your relationships here, so this starts at work, right? I feel like if this is leaking into your relationships, you're projecting it. So can you see how you're doing all the work and you're taking on all the burdens at work? You're doing more than your fair share, more than your cut, more than your pay cut, more than what's in your job requirements. Because you don't mind going above and beyond if you get the recognition, but you were taught as a child, you learned that if you did the things you were supposed to do and you did, and then some, you did more than your fair share, that you would be praised and recognized for that, because that is what your primary caregiver, that's how they responded to you. They would give you praise when you did things, when you took on their burdens, when you took on more than your fair share as a child should have. So now that this has leaked into your work life, and because you're realizing you've been underappreciated and you can't take it anymore, you're going, I've had enough, I'm pulling back, I'm not doing as much as I used to do anymore. And people are realizing it. And that has been projected into your relationships. And in a way, sure, maybe you were taking on this other person's burdens, emotional burdens, but they never asked that of you. They might have been just going through their own stuff, I see. And I feel like you're learning how this has perpetuated in different aspects of your life, and you're learning how to navigate that. And you're learning that, oh, this pattern, this is leaking into other areas of my life, and it's showing up in other areas of your life. And it is so that it can be released. You don't need to do this. And this just stems from childhood. Oh my gosh, it does. This stems from childhood. This stems from that wound with the primary caregiver only responding to you, giving you praise through doing things, doing the right thing, doing more than you should, doing more than what's asked of you. That's how you get praise. And that's not always the reality. People take advantage. Or, you take on other people's stuff, say in a relationship, you take on their stuff, their burdens, their problems, and you put it on yourself you put that expectation on yourself to do that for them, and it starts taking a toll on you, and maybe you start to feel undervalued or underappreciated, but because this person's going through their own stuff, they're not even realizing that you've taken on that role. They never asked that of you. So this is an expectation that you've put on yourself, that you need to learn when it's appropriate to do this and when it isn't, based on how that works for you. So you're learning your limits here, and you're pulling back, and you're seeing that when you pull back, doing less equals more. Because your problem isn't doing anything at all. It's not that you don't do enough. You do more than enough. And sometimes doing more than enough isn't good for you. So it's the reverse here. So you're learning that pulling back and doing less equals more collaboration, equals more recognition, equals more success and appreciation. You're learning this. I feel like you're implementing this, and it's equaling more fulfillment. There's a new opportunity here for fulfillment. I want to see a little bit more about what this opportunity of fulfillment is for you. Clarify this Ace of Cups in greater detail for Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus, please. This could also just be wherever you have Scorpio in your chart, guys, too. So keep that in mind. Clarify the Ace of Cups, Scorpios. A sense of progression. In where? What way? Your awareness, your understanding. So this is a sense of like self-maturation here. You're maturing, you're understanding, you're realizing, you're putting together the pieces, and it's equaling, it's allowing you to have more fulfillment in your everyday experience. It's allowing you to be more present, and it's allowing you to feel like you have a better sense of control. Yeah, you're no longer feeling conflicted or burdened by the conflicts. You feel like you can move forward smoothly now, Scorpio. Wow, that's amazing. All right, let's see some oracle cards for you, Scorpio, for April 2022. Scorpio placements. A time to give rather than take. And I feel like this is talking about others when it comes to you. Allowing others to give to you instead of giving to others all the time. So it's like, there's nothing wrong with giving to others if you can, at the same time, hold space for yourself to receive. And I feel like there was an imbalance there. There was none of that. And in relationships, how can you expect other people to be there for you and to support you the way that you're doing so for them if, one, you don't even know what your needs are, and two, if you are just continuing and perpetuating a cycle from the past? The personal issue reaches resolution. I love this for you guys. Don't let pride get in your way. Yeah. And I feel like it's funny because this might feel prideful for you to do this. Like you don't deserve, I'm getting goosebumps. Like you don't deserve to, like it's selfish for you to do this. It's selfish for you to hold back. It's selfish for you to not overgive. And that's a self-limiting belief system that you have that has been passed on to you from childhood that you need to let go of. Don't let your past hold you back. Literally, what did I just say? Scorpios, this message is loud and clear, okay? It starts and it begins and it ends with you. Oh, we've got one card sticking out here. What is it? The Hermit. There's information and knowledge here. It's wanting to come out. It's waiting for you to look at it. It's not a lot of effort. It won't be hard. Set the intention to be open to seeing this. Because you will. Less is more, Scorpio. Less really is more. Okay? I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the month. This is going to be an exciting month for you. I feel like you're really going to get a sense of reprieve and a sense of relief here. Okay? Don't forget to like this video, subscribe, and let me know how this resonated for you, or maybe if you're a cross watcher for someone else that you're watching for. I know this definitely resonated for someone in my life, and I absolutely love to see it, because even if you don't have any Scorpio placements, you know, like you will always have a house in Scorpio because you have an ascendant. So if you know what your ascendant is, you can see where different energies are playing out for you. And I absolutely love it because, yeah. If you guys are interested in personal readings, you can book one with me by heading to the link, which is in the description box. And don't forget to follow me on Instagram too. I post daily content on there, as well as my TikTok. The link for that is also down below. And on my Instagram, I'm now doing weekend readings. Okay, weekend Instagram readings, which will be delivered to you throughout the weekend. You can just head to the Instagram reading link, which is in my bio from my Instagram, and you can purchase the reading from the link, and then your Instagram reading will be delivered to you via DM by Sunday, that Sunday of that weekend, 11:59 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Okay. That's been really popular lately. It's just a nice, quick way to get a reading without all the fluff of having to book and order and things like that. All right. Okay, next we have Saggies. All right, Spirit Team. For Saggies, Saggy placements, any placements, even house placements. I'm not going to do the whole Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. It's for all of the planets, all of the things, because depending on how the transiting energies are aspecting these signs where they are in your natal chart, could be very prominent. Okay, so Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. If you are, and all placements. If you're a Sagittarius rising, this Aries season, right? You're going to see stuff with your house, second house, third house, fourth house, fifth house. Huh? First house, second house, third house, fourth house, fifth house. Oh yeah, it's going to be transiting your fifth house. Okay, let's do 5 shuffles. For Sag, any Sag placement for April 2022. What's happening this month? Holy Spirit team. Finding myself zoning out and dissociating a lot when I'm shuffling for you, Sag. So I don't know what significance that holds. Okay. 10 of Swords, Page of Swords, Empress, 7 of Wands. Love to see it. Love to see it. So you guys, Sag, you guys are literally taking an Aries approach to the areas of your life where you are experiencing a sense of rock bottom, okay? Trauma. You are literally facing your trauma and you are rebirthing yourself in the process of doing this. You aren't cowering down to it, you're attacking it head on. You're attacking it head on. Okay, let's do 3 more shuffles and I'll clarify each of these cards. 3. All right. So Sag, clarifying the 10 of Swords, you have Justice. Clarifying the Page of Swords, you have Wheel of Fortune. Clarifying the Empress, we have the Fool. Love it. Clarifying the 7 of Wands, we have the 5 of Swords. Okay, underneath we have the Knight of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords. That's interesting with the Hanged Man. I feel like, and the Chariot underneath. So I feel like this month for you guys, you are really adjusting your pace. You're adjusting your pace to what it is you're trying to achieve. Okay, so here I see you this month really taking accountability for healing your trauma, healing your pain, healing your wounds, taking accountability to heal yourself and to move forward from this. You're not expecting anyone else to do it for you. Not that you ever have, but this month you're really motivated to remove what is impeding on your happiness, on your sense of joy, your sense of fun, your sense of indulgence. I'm hearing for some of you, your sense of indulgence. You're learning, it's like you're able to very easily grasp and understand what it is you need to do. You have the information, you're looking for the information and you're very quickly finding it. And this is creating and eliciting a lot of change and shifts in your life, and it's happening very quickly. And these changes that are happening in your favor. It's really great things are changing and happening and moving. And you are on a new path. You're finding yourself on a new path where you are wanting to explore new things, explore new interests. It's like you've received your lust for life again. You've just rebirthed yourself. So think of like a cocoon, how a butterfly, the metamorphosis, right? The Empress births. She creates life. She creates. 5th house, right? She creates and she births projects, ideas. And it's really interesting because I'm seeing the Empress beginning again, right, on a new path, starting at the very beginning by rebirthing herself. She's rebirthing herself. She's giving birth to a new version. You're giving birth to a new version of you, Sag. Oh, I love that. I'm a Sag sun, and I've got my sun in the 5th house. but I have Aries in the 9th house. So based on my Leo rising, that very much showed up in the Leo reading. But this for me is very much talking about this. I'm looking for the answers, and I'm finding out what needs to be done, and I'm doing it. And as a result, I'm rebirthing a new version of me. I'm on a new path. I feel invigorated. I feel ready to attack life again and to explore life again in a new way. You have the upper hand here, Sag. It's almost like this is below you and you're looking it down, right? Because you're on this, like not a mountain, but you're on this hill. And all of these ones are the things that are bothering you, they're stopping you, that are in your way. And you're recognizing that below you is this sense of it's hard to explain what I mean by that, because it's like this is the energy that you would be usually portraying when you feel like you're not being treated fairly or when life isn't going your way. And instead of being in this energy, you're viewing that and going, I can see how this ends. I know that it ends with people walking away from me. And it ends in missing out. And I'm going to tackle these problems head on instead of using them against others. So you're taking accountability. And this is what's perpetuating and creating the change. You're making things right. You're balancing out your karma. You are removing the swords one at a time and leaving them in the past. They're not yours anymore. You don't need them anymore. What have we got for Sag Spirit Team for April 2022? You're very close to achieving your goal. So whatever goal it is you have in mind, I feel like for a lot of you it's going to be like the goal of rebirthing yourself so that you can embark on new journeys. And I feel like a lot of you know what these journeys are. There's a few things you have in mind. So I feel like you're very close to achieving these goals. You're very close to finding yourself face to face with the things that you've been wanting. A win-win outcome is forecast. So this very much talks about you're winning in more than one area. You're getting what you want, you're getting what you need, you're finding success and achievement in more than one area. And funny how we've got the scales there, Libra, justice, Libra. A lot of you, this could be as well, a lot of this could be like relationship stuff too. I know for me, relationship and career has been the focus here on what this reading is about for me. So that makes sense. And that's what I mean by win-win outcome. You win in your career, you win in your relationship. Not like that you're winning against another person, but your relationship is thriving and so is your career. That's what that win-win is talking about. And that could be a different area for some of you, but I feel like the main theme is that it's more than one thing. One more card for Sag. Meditate and contemplate. You have been naturally doing this, Sag. You have been naturally meditating and contemplating how you can continue to go about this. And I feel like you've been coming up with insights, really profound insights along the way. There's a need for you to still be open to receiving guidance and to contemplating your experience and contemplating what's showing up for you, because I feel like that's going to further help support you along on this journey. And on the bottom of the deck, we have a new start is coming. Time for healing. Time to release negativity. I feel like that's sort of behind us. We've already sort of done that. Now we're sort of moving into the reality of this, and new beginnings are happening here. What we're wanting is happening. We're very close to achieving that. Continue to meditate and contemplate, and continue to, I just want to clarify that meditate and contemplate card, because I feel like I'm not getting to the crux of what that's trying to say. Yeah, there's more realizations to be had, and you're on the right track. So keep going as you're going. Keep doing what you're doing, because these realizations that you have will support your journey. Will support you in getting to where it is that you want to go. Okay. All right, Saggies, have a wonderful rest of the month. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video. Let me know in the comments if this resonated and how it's showing up for you. I'm very interested to see how these energies that I channel show up for other people. If you are interested in booking a personal reading, you can do so by heading to the link in my bio, the Etsy shop link. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok for daily readings. I post daily readings on both. And on Instagram for Instagram readings on the weekend. So I've started incorporating weekend readings where you can, oh, a storm coming very quickly, where you can, over the weekend, you guys can purchase a bunch of readings and they will be delivered to you guys via Instagram DMs by Sunday 11:59 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Okay? Wonderful. Yeah, the storm's rolling in, so if it starts to get dark, which I'm sure that you can probably tell already, that's why. Okay. Cappies, Capricorn. Capricorn, so Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, but all Capricorn placements. Some of you may have like a Capricorn stellium or something like that, which a bunch of different planets you know, contribute to that. So I do have a Capricorn stellium in the 6th house. All right, Spirit team, how many times? We're shuffling 9 times for Capricorn. That's interesting. All right, let's go. 9. Feel free to skip ahead if you want. I won't talk or just shuffle. Otherwise, I'll lose track of how many times. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. Here comes the rain. 3. 2. 1 more. Like this. Last one. Alright, Capricorns. There you are on the bottom. Queen of Pentacles, the Moon, 10 of Cups, Knight of Wands, Queen of Cups. Lots of Cancer energy here, guys. So some of you could be dealing with a Cancer or involved with a Cancer. Let's shuffle 3 times and then we will clarify each of these cards. So clarifying the Moon, we have Death. This is good, this is good. New realizations. Clarifying the 10 of Cups, we have the 4 of Pentacles. Letting go of rigidity here when it comes to getting what you want. Clarifying the Knight of Wands, we have the 8 of Cups. Leaving behind old, stale, stagnant experiences to get a sense of adventure back into your life, to get a sense of excitement and joy back. Clarifying the Queen of Cups, we have the 5 of Swords. in the exact same position as Sagittarius. So you may have Sag placements. Four of Swords on the bottom of the deck, 10 of Swords under that, 9 of Swords. Emperor. Jeez. Okay. So what this is telling me is that prior to this, you've gone through a lot of stress. There's a lot. Okay, Chiron is in Aries at the moment, and we're in Aries season. So there's, you know, Chiron is a wounded healer. There's a lot of trauma coming up, a lot of past trauma. So I feel like we're all sort of being forced to deal with trauma. Okay. You've dealt with a lot of stress, and I feel like this stress has led you to realizing, oh, this is a trauma response, or I'm having emotional flashbacks, or, you know, things like that. And I feel like a lot of you have done a lot of sorting through that and sifting through that. Okay. Have a look where Capricorn is in your chart. Right, so if you're a Capricorn rising, it'll be in the first house. But now you're sort of resting, you're contemplating on what you've just sort of gone through and what you've just realized and learned. And I feel like, we've got also Scorpio here too, I forgot to mention. You're going through a metamorphosis, you're going through a transformative period right now where you are, what has been hidden up until this point is being revealed to you. Okay, so it is already revealed to you. I feel like you know this, and you're sort of navigating this new terrain here. Okay, and what has come up has been, I've been very, you know, much too rigid when it comes to my beliefs, when it comes to my ideals, when it comes to my values, when it comes to the way that I show up in my life, when it comes to the things that make me happy, when it comes to the things that that bring me a sense of emotional fulfillment. Okay, so you're realizing that there's a sense of rigidity here, and you can't achieve that fully because you're holding on to things that you need to sort of put down. You don't need to throw them away or let them go, like let them go away, but you just need to place them not on your head, and you don't need to be holding it. You can just put it on your lap. And in doing so, you have the extra arms to be going towards this. So it's about being more efficient with your time, or being more efficient with your energy, or being more efficient in the way that you approach your life. You don't need to cling to one or four things. Like you don't need to cling to a certain way of doing things. You can do multiple things. You can have multiple things that make you happy, and you can manage them all in your life. So you're realizing that, and you're like, okay, I'm off. I'm going on a journey now. I'm going on a new journey. I feel like some of you have embarked on a new project or a new journey, something that you are passionate about, and you're incorporating that into your everyday life, or a certain area or aspect in your life. And you're being a little bit more free flowing with it. You're not being as rigid and as, you know, Capricorn energy, right? Which is giving you a sense of, like, you're letting your intuition here rule this. You're letting your intuition guide this, and you're no longer sabotaging. You found a way to stop sabotaging your passions, what you're interested in, what you love. I feel like for some of you, or a lot of you, finding this happiness in your life, or incorporating happiness in your life, when you have this like belief or rigidity when it comes to the way that you do things, it's like it didn't allow you to enjoy things anymore. And I feel like you guys are learning how to navigate around that self-sabotaging energy. And it's by following the heart. It sounds really cliche, but listening to what the heart and the intuition and the inner guidance is saying, how to go about it. You're releasing the pressure, and you're releasing the constraints that you've put on yourself. It's like you've been boxing yourself in. And it's really interesting because you don't want that. You don't want to be boxed in, but you do it to yourself anyway. Spirit, what do we have for Capricorns for April 2022? A time to give rather than take. I feel like this is very much on the self. You don't need to take from yourself. You don't need to take away from your interests. You don't need to take away from your passion or from your love just because you're creating a project out of it or creating a business out of it or whatever it is. You don't need to take away from your happiness. Not everything has to be a chore. Not everything has to be a responsibility. You can just love something for loving it, for the sake of loving it. You can love doing something because you love doing it. If it generates money, great. If it doesn't, who cares? But this is about giving to yourself here. This is definitely about giving to yourself here. Hello in the chat. I'm still live. We've had people come in and out, but I'm more so filming this so that my subscribers can go back and watch. So we're doing all signs for April. We are at the end of Capricorn, so we've only got Aquarius and Pisces left, which means I'm almost done. So whoever is interested in these monthly sign readings, we're almost done, so you can go and check that out soon. All right, what else do we have for Capricorn Spirit? April 2022. Be bold to make the first move. So in regards to, allowing yourself to love doing what you do for the sake of doing it, that's going to it's going to give you a sense of release or relief, I guess. Allowing yourself to give to yourself instead of taking away from your happiness and from your joy. You find more success that way. Don't let your past hold you back. I feel like that you've taken on this way of doing things because this is something that's been perpetuated to you from like childhood trauma, or like you've seen a family member or a primary caregiver like take on this energy or take on this approach. Like they've sacrificed their own interests because that's what they thought that they had to do, that's what they thought that life was about. So this is conditioning that you've taken on. And it's meant that anytime you have an interest or anytime that you do something for yourself, anytime you give to yourself, it ends up feeling like a burden, and it ends up feeling like a chore, and the joy and the fun gets sucked out of it. And that's no way to live. That's absolutely no way to live. So simplify it, Capricorn placements, simplify it. Do what you love to do just for the sake of doing it. You don't have to always put a sense of responsibility or obligation on these things. You don't always have to make a profit out of your interests. You can do things because you like to do them, because they feel good to you, because they bring you joy and peace, and because it allows you to enjoy the human experience. Okay, so Capricorn, I hope that you have a good rest of the month. Keep things simple. I think simplifying things is really gonna help you feel more in control of your life again. Okay, not at at its mercy. Not like your life controls you. Okay. Best of luck on your journey, and thank you for being here. Like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. Feel free to follow me on Instagram as well as TikTok. I post daily on there as well. You can find me on my socials there. I have a link for my podcast, which I've just started, where I just talk about, things that I've learned, experiences that I've had, insights and epiphanies of things that I've had. It's more of like a philosophical conversation. So the link for that is also in the description box. And I will see you guys later. All right. 2 more. We have Aquarius next. Alright, so for Aquarius placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, or just Aquarius placements in general. Alright, Spirit. I'm going to shuffle 4 times for Aquarius. 3. Why are all these Christians finding my life? I don't need anything. There we go. Alright, Aquarius. Alright, let me just get these clarifiers for you, see what's happening this month for you. I really don't know why you guys are still watching my stuff. If you hate what I do so much, why do you feel the need to police me on it? Like, does my perceived sinning ruin your life at all? No. So worry about your damn self. Oh, she is. Why I get offensive? Well, because you're coming into my space, okay, and you're criticizing me and what I do, and you're sitting in there chatting with your fellow man in a way that is insinuating that I'm not allowed to be my own person and have my own beliefs and have my own thoughts, and somehow you're both sitting there saying that I'm deceived in some kind of way, as if that affects you at all. Like, it's just really strange to me that you people, who were you chatting with before you came? I'm filming a video which then gets posted to my, doesn't make it right. Well, your opinion doesn't mean that it's right either. I dictate my own life. I decide what is right and what is wrong based on my own morals. Morals are subjective. They're subjective. They vary from person to person. You believing what you want doesn't have any effect on me. However, you absolutely have no right to come into my space and criticize my beliefs, my morals, my values, just because they're not in alignment with yours. That says a lot about you and your character and your own morals and values, unfortunately. It says a lot about you. Who was I chatting with before you guys came in? This is a video. It's a live video. People can join if they want to see what I'm talking about. If you don't like what I'm doing here, that's completely fine, but you don't need to comment and say you don't like it. Like, I'm not here for you. This isn't your video. If you don't like what I'm doing, this is not your video. Would you say that about a mass murderer, since morals are subjective, who it only applies to you? Well, my morals about mass murderers is that that's wrong. And I can sit here and say that it's wrong, and that mass murderer can sit there and say what I did was right, because morals are subjective. That's what that literally means. That's the definition of subjective. They vary from person to person. So just because I think a mass murderer, what they do is wrong, that doesn't mean that I can change their perception, that they're, you know, that's their stuff. That doesn't impact me at all. That means mass murdering can be justified and not objectively wrong. Well, yes, that's true. It can be justified within that person, but that doesn't mean that justification equals something that is moral or not, or immoral. I don't know what point you're trying to make, and I don't know why you're trying to argue semantics here when just because I disproved what you were saying. I'm really not sure what your crusade is here, but I would take it a step further. Rape can be justified and not objectively wrong by your logic. Why are we arguing semantics? Why are we comparing a belief that I have in the way that I live my life that doesn't affect negatively anybody? My belief does not affect one person in the whole entire world negatively, right? The way that I carry that belief, the way that I show up in the world and show up in my life. Nothing I say or do ever, based on my morals and my authenticity and my beliefs, impacts another person negatively. Because I don't seek to cause harm. And what I do isn't causing harm. So I don't know why you're comparing someone's spiritual beliefs to rape. That is super fucked up. That's disgusting. I just don't understand that. You think it does it negatively? You don't think the mass murderers and rapists think like you? Think what they're doing is right since it's subjective? But how, okay, so how again? Well, you are attacking me though. That's the thing. You can sit there and say that you're not, but you're coming in here and you are defaming me based on my morals and my beliefs. So I'm not going to sit back and let you just do that when you're sitting here comparing a belief that I have based on my own experience and my own reality, that my truth isn't true just because it's not the same as yours. And I think it's really disgusting how you can sit here and say that my intention to help someone bring clarity over their struggles in their life, and I'm talking about mental health and helping them feel more connected to themselves so that they can feel more connected to their own divinity, how that equates to rape and mass murder. Can you solidify what you're trying to get at there? Because I don't see a comparison at all. Mental health, it's part of the human experience. Michael, go away, please. Mental health is part of the human experience, and the experiences that we have from our childhood to our adulthood, it all coincides and it all plays out in very different ways. And I don't think that anyone's trauma is their fault. I don't think anyone perpetuates their own trauma. And I don't think trauma is always just a traumatic event that has been imposed by someone else deliberately for nefarious reasons. I think trauma can be shaped into trauma by the subconscious mind, especially as children. Like I had an experience recently where a conversation I had with my dad when I was 7, I felt a lot of love for him one day, and I kept saying to him that I loved him. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. I kept saying that I loved him, And I think I said it about 5 times in like 10 minutes or something like that. And the last time I said it, he said, "I love you too, darling, but don't say it so many times because it loses its meaning." And that statement that he thought was a teachable moment for his daughter as a parent, it wasn't truth. It was his truth based on his perception, based on his reality, based on his belief and his subconscious beliefs. And that had been passed down from my pop, from his dad. And in that moment, I felt a lot of shame and guilt because I felt like the feelings that I had as a kid were wrong. And I'm not blaming him at all for this. This is a miscommunication, misunderstanding. And I remember feeling like, oh, okay, so that means that love runs out, that love isn't unconditional, that love is conditional. Even the love that my dad has for me, even the love that I have for him will one day go away. And so that was a belief that my subconscious took on and assumed into my psyche, I guess. And then a year later, my dad and my mum separated. So him going then solidified that subconscious belief that I had not intentionally taken on. So then throughout the rest of my life from that moment, so him leaving solidified that, oh, love runs out. So that equated to me, that translated to, okay, his love for me finished. Even though it wasn't about me, it was about him and my mum and their own issues. And I really just had this realization recently that I was subconsciously projecting that into every experience I had with a partner, with a male person in my life. And when I finally understood that, I was able to finally let go of the stress of feeling abandoned, feeling traumatized, feeling taken advantage of, not feeling loved, that constant feeling of feeling like I would constantly give and never get anything back. That story that kept playing, I was able to let go of that and rewrite that narrative. And this is what I base what I do here around. I only want to help. I only want to give perspective. I don't want people to feel as though they don't have a hand in their own destiny. Sure, free will is only, I don't think free will is entirely a thing. I think it's half and half. Divinity, as for divinity, I don't dispute the divine. I don't dispute source. My beliefs aren't based in dogma or any religion. They're based on, I guess you could say, I think that we are all a part of the divine, we're all the divine experiencing itself. For whatever reason, who knows? I don't think we're supposed to know. I don't think we will know until we die. But just because I am not a Christian, or just because I don't believe in God as you know, the Bible puts it, doesn't mean that I don't believe in more than me. I'm a spiritual person. I'm connected to myself and my soul and where I've come from before this, and whoever and however I was created, whatever that may be. I'm open to that. I don't put myself in a box when it comes to that. So yeah, this is why I get really disheartened when you know, religious people, based on the dogma that is, you know, written, that what I do has to be evil because it's not. Sure, I do absolutely do not dispute that there are people with, you know, insidious intentions, but that's not me. And I am standing strong in my belief that I know who I am, I know my intentions, and I know that I have helped many of my clients and many of the people in my life. And I've been able to make my own life better through these realizations and through seeking truth and knowledge and taking in all experiences and perspectives. And if I can help one person just expand their perspective a little bit so they have the choice to either continue to, you know, experience a crap life, or they can feel liberated from whatever's keeping them in their situation, then I've helped. And that's all that I could ever ask for. So I can sense the evil in all this. Michael, okay, genuinely, what is evil to you about this? Because that seems like it's your own fear. You're projecting your own fear onto me. Yeah, I completely understand that. The manipulation of that, the illusion. I absolutely don't dispute that, but I'm not gonna, you know, sit here and convince you of that. I feel like anyone with a good amount of discernment, as well as a connection to themselves, mind, body, and soul, can tell what my intentions are and where they come from. And, you know, like if someone like doesn't see that I have pure intentions, then I'm only reflecting to them what it is within themselves that they're not able to see. I'm only reflecting to them what needs to be healed or addressed within them. Like with that Michael person, for example, there's so much fear. He senses all the evil in this because that is what has been shoved down his throat in scripture. And I think there are beautiful, absolutely beautiful sentiments that can be found in scripture from the Bible. Absolutely. I came to spirituality from religion. I was obsessed with the concept of God as a kid. I remember I just wanted to know like all the wonders of the world. Like I wanted to understand, I guess, spirituality. And as an adult, I've come to realize that I don't need to sort of like put a label on that, you know, and that label, you know, religion is a human construct made for people based on where they're at, and that's fine. If that resonates for people, that's great. But where I draw the line, I think, personally, is where it comes to like, you can't have any other, like you can't have any other belief or experience other than what is being told to you in the Bible. And if that works for people, great, but it's not fair to have that shoved down your throat if that isn't your truth. Do you know what I mean? And just because that isn't my truth, just because I don't share the exact same sentiments as you, doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. Like that's very culty. That's very, you know, submit. It's very like, you need to submit to this. It's embedded in this, in control. And you don't need to be controlled in order to be a good person. And this idea that evil is, I think people can live without God as in, see, God, I think for people, this is where it's interesting to me. This is what these conversations I love, because I think God, the idea, right? The idea of God shows up to many people in very different ways. So just because your idea of God and my idea of God are different, and just because I don't necessarily subscribe to the same beliefs that you have, that works for you, that's fine, that's great. But for me, the way that I can understand spirituality, right? Because religion is a sense of spirituality, right? The way that spirituality works for me, the way that I can understand things is in a different way. it's like reading, it's like speaking a different language. That's all I see it as. And no matter what, religious or not, there are evil people. There are people that are, you know, mentally challenged when it comes to, you know, people that are mentally disturbed. And I think that comes from what you guys would call Satan. I would think yes, but Satan isn't a being. Satan is a way of being. It's not exactly a like another spiritual being. I think Satan, the idea of Satan to me, right, is when someone's a bad person, when someone's evil, right? That's, you know, but the thing is, we can't have one without the other. And that's part of the human experience. And we either seek to live a life that is good and a life that is, you know, again, morally good is subjective. And I think what determines whether someone has lived a good life or not is on the self. So whenever we get to whenever we go back home, right, I think that it all becomes clear. The human ego is removed, right? Because the ego is just part of us being here on earth. I think the ego is something that you can work with, not eradicate, right? Because everything's about balance. I think when we go back home, everything's lifted, the veil is lifted. We can see everything clearly as because we're in our purest form as a soul. And if we've lived a really, really bad life, or we've done really bad things, well then we've got to do it again. Or, yeah, we've got to do it again. And I think the karma from, you know, the idea of karma, right? The things we struggle with are what we have to work through in order to reach a place of purity. It's hard for me to answer the reason for why, because I just don't think that we are supposed to know that or remember that while we're here. But I think a lot of the time what makes a person bad isn't a choice. A lot of the time it's trauma. People that have experienced extreme and immense trauma end up being really disturbed and psychologically compromised. That doesn't mean we excuse that behavior. That doesn't mean we don't hold them accountable. But it means that we understand, we can see, we understand what's going on, and we go, okay, still, that's an example. That's not the kind of life that feels authentic to me. I don't want to live that way. And I think that the people that do choose to live that way or just engage in that kind of behavior, they don't have that awareness. I think self-awareness is key, because being self-aware allows you to make choices that are good for you. People that make bad choices aren't self-aware, because they're not living in the vibration of love. And to live in the vibration of love, oh, where did that go? Hang on. Oh. Yeah, and you know what that's like, and you know that belief that you've come to, that conclusion you've come to is based on your experience. And I'm not like negating that at all, but I think for me, I am able to see things from all perspectives, and because of that, I can, like, here's the thing, just because I don't follow religion as it is, right, just because I don't read the Bible, just because I don't, you know, live by those values, those exact values. Doesn't mean I don't live a similar. It's not like I'm not swimming in the lane next to it. Do you know what I mean? When I guess you could call it pray most nights, but I don't. Yeah. And I think, but like as children, like when we have trauma put onto us, that's not because we've sinned. It's not our fault. We don't deserve to have those horrible things happen to us just because it's been continued from our parents and from our parents' parents and our parents' parents' parents. And it's all been, yes. I think, and see where you're sort of putting that to sin, I think, and I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like when it comes to like religion and stuff, it's like the idea of sin is rooted in the idea that it's something that we actively, consciously choose. But I can tell you, looking back now, and I didn't have self-awareness when I was younger, and I would have hurt other people, sinned, I wasn't coming from a place of trying to be a horrible person or be a bad person because I wanted to live a bad person's life, or because I wanted to live a life of sin. It was because I was hurt. I was coming from a place of hurt. I was coming from the perception that because I was living in fear, I was living in hurt, because I didn't understand, that means that I hurt other people unintentionally. I forgive myself for that. I always take accountability. I always apologize. I always seek to do better. I always, I'm able to forgive other people, and I'm able to understand, like with that experience with my dad, for example. We had a conversation about it the other day, and I told him how that had affected me and how that had impacted me, and he couldn't believe it, because he was like, oh my goodness, like I didn't know that that's where you were coming from. And I said, can you tell me a bit about where you were coming from when you were telling me that? And he said, I was under the impression that you, as a little kid, didn't understand the importance and the value that those 3 words had. So me as a dad, I felt a need to teach you that the words I love you hold great value and great meaning, and you don't just go throwing them around. I said, oh, so you thought that I didn't know? I said, and he goes, yeah. I said, isn't that strange? Just one little misunderstanding, one little, moment where he didn't think to ask or seek deeper meaning as to why I was doing that. He didn't have that self-awareness to go, I love you too, darling. How come you're saying that so much? Do you feel... Oh, we back again? Do you feel that I'm not giving you enough love, or do you feel not loved by me, or something like that? And if he'd have said that, maybe I would have said yes, maybe I would have said no. I just feel a lot of love for you right now, and I don't know how else to express it. Because I didn't. That's the only way I knew how to express it vocally, by saying it over and over again. And maybe if he'd done that, I'm not blaming that for him. He can't know everything. We make mistakes. We fall short sometimes. But it's how, when we take accountability for those things, for our shortcomings, I feel like, that's where it comes to. Michael, you sound very in denial about It seems like you can't think objectively and you can't think for yourself. And I'm triggering you with that because it's like your beliefs are the only one belief that there could and should be. And maybe you've been indoctrinated from a young age. I don't know your history, but that's probably the case. And sure, while you may love your religion and love your way of life, that doesn't mean that you also, just because you love it and just because it's right to you, that doesn't mean that no one else has the right to believe otherwise. You're coming from a place that religion, okay, what do you call it? What do you call it then? Let's play your game. What do you call it? Truth. Okay, so your truth, right? Why, okay, like, and I'm genuinely asking, right? I just want to know, why is your truth the only truth? Like, what makes that so? Like, I want to know a bit about where you're coming from. I've explained where I'm coming from, and if you're still unable to sort of see that, I don't need to convince you of that, right? Because I trust that you are happy with your own life and you feel fulfilled and content with the way that your life is, and that you are living a life of love. So why can't I do the same thing? I don't disbelieve your guys' truth. I think that's the difference that a lot of, you know, people that believe in God and Jesus, I do not believe in them. I just don't perceive them the same way. Because I'm not able to see things exactly the way that you guys see it. Does that mean that I'm an evil person? Like, why does that automatically make me, there can only be one truth. There can only be one truth. You know what? That's really, it's almost a shame, because perception it's not, but that's what I was taking from what you guys were saying to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's just how I was taking that. That's how it felt like. It felt like that's what you were painting me as. Evil. And see, I think that's a very harsh judgment. I think just because we're human beings are fallible by design. So why should we be punished by God for something we can't help? We can take as much accountability and we can strive to walk a righteous path and to live a life that is good as much as we like, but that doesn't mean that we're never going to make mistakes. As long as we are alive and living on this earthly plane, there will be sin. So why? So what is the real? What's the point here? Like, what is the? Angels are fallible? Question mark. Well, yes. Hang on. Where is this? Do you see killing one another, lying and being lustful, like us? Wait. I don't think I understand that. No one is perfect, only Jesus lived a perfect life. Exactly. So if we're all sitting here ridiculing one another for the ways in which we are fallible and the ways in which we sin, what is that? What's the point of that? It's almost like the whole, it's like it's destined to, there's no meaning, there's no point to that to me. Like what's the point of that? And you know what, you guys aren't gonna like this at all. And I'm saying this with honestly love, but I really think that based on your logic, you guys condemning me in the way you do just because I don't have the exact same lived experience and perception as you, I would say that is being sinful. I would say that is being disobedient. I would say that based on your logic, that is you would need to be forgiven for that, because I'm not owned by either of you, so why would I need to conform to your beliefs? Does my sinning, right? If I don't subscribe to the same belief you do, the same truth, does that mean that you guys are destined to burn in hell forever just because of a choice that I made? I want to understand why there is a need for condemnation of other people that don't have that same like perception or viewpoint. Warning is different. Yeah, okay, and I get that. Preaching the gospel is warning, which Jesus commanded us to do. Okay, so warning, you're eliciting, so you're giving something which may or may not elicit a response, which may or may not elicit a reaction that you're hoping to get. So when you're choosing to preach and warn people of whatever it is that you may be specifically talking about, you're going into that experience, you're going into that exchange knowing that there is a chance that I'm not going to understand what from your perspective, or that I can understand and see your perspective, because I very much can. I'm not at all saying that what you believe is wrong or that you shouldn't believe it and that God's not real. I'm not one of those people. But I just want to be able to believe my own thing, because that is what makes me feel closer to God or source or creator. That is what makes me feel closer to the people that I love. That is what allows me to have empathy, and it is what allows me to love other people. It is what allows me to not be resentful, to not be hateful. So by your logic, I'm doing everything right. I'm living, the way that I'm living has the same impact on the earth the way that yours does. But because I'm not doing it the same way, it's like being right-handed and left-handed, right? If we're going to put it into an analogy. You guys are right-handed and I'm left-handed. That doesn't mean that I am writing it any differently or that I'm doing anything wrong. It's just an alternative way. It's an alternative perception. And as far as I'm concerned, my beliefs and the way I live my life, is rooted in love and compassion and empathy. So why would I have that belief if I'm not supposed to? Would God, right? Why would God make me this way? Why would God make me at my core? At my core, I am a person who strives to seek the truth of a situation. Yet I know that I will never, there is no such thing as one truth. Because not everyone has the same perspective. Not everyone has the same perception. Not everyone lives the same life. Not everyone has been through all of the same experiences. We all have different lives and different experiences for a reason. We're not angels. We're not photocopies of the same thing. We're all very different and vast. We don't warn or preach to an elephant for living a life on land when a shark is living a life in the ocean. God didn't make us this way. We chose it. We love our sin based on our free will. We're so rebellious. We want our own truths, like you said. But I don't feel as though I'm rebelling from the life that I feel I'm destined to lead. I feel like I'm destined to lead a life of helping others and of bringing others closer to spiritual awareness and further away from material greed and tangible, like being so concerned in earthly pleasures. I don't know. I just feel like it's a very hypocritical way. And you know, I've read the Bible, and my grandparents are religious, and not even they think this small-mindedly. Not even they have, like, they understand nuance. They understand that there is no such, life isn't one thing. It's not supposed to be. It wasn't created or designed that way. If that were the case, it would be day all the time instead of night. There wouldn't be light and dark. There wouldn't be up and down. There wouldn't be in and out. There wouldn't be left and right. Duality wouldn't exist, and it does exist because it exists in the simplest things. Like you plug something into the PowerPoint, it won't charge until you turn it on. That's duality. Yes, I have that Bible. So then why do we do it? Why do we have it? Why is society built this way? Well, my righteous works comes from my faith in source. So it's essentially the same thing. It's almost like, I know I'm not going to get through to you guys. I'm not wanting to change your guys' mind, because that's not where I'm coming from. I understand and I see the value in the path that you walk. And it's just really disappointing to me that I'm, expected, by your logic, expected to conform, or essentially I have no purpose in life. Like you can say that that's not what you're trying to do, but it feels like I'm not allowed. Like, by your logic, you see me as filth, and you see me as evil, and you see me as worthless, like I mean nothing, simply because I don't share the same experience, the same perception and belief as you. And that's a really sad thing about humanity for me. And at the end of the day, I thank you guys for engaging in this conversation with me, and for allowing me the chance to speak and communicate with you guys about this. But yeah, I wish you guys the best of luck, and enjoy your life, and I hope that you live a life that is fulfilling. I'm going to get back to doing what I'm doing now, because I feel like I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing just because you guys think that what I'm doing is evil. I know that there are people that don't agree, and that's the people that I am sort of here for. So You guys are free to stay and listen, or you guys are free to leave. I don't mind. But yeah, I won't appreciate any more disrespect. And you guys don't think it's disrespectful, but to me it is. So I'm setting that boundary now. If you guys don't like it, I'm sorry, I guess. Okay. So. Okay, so Capricorns. Let's clarify your cards. Aquarius, I meant. Sorry, not Capricorns. What's going on? Clarify the Knight of Cups. Clarify the Seven of Swords. I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you for rephrasing that in a way of love. I have received that with gratitude and thanks. I appreciate your efforts. And King of Cups. Okay, so Aquarius, it seems like this month for you, April for you, is looking like you're overcoming a great sense of fear and self-sabotage when it comes to your own limiting mindsets and perceptions and belief systems, okay? You're coming to a place where you're seeing that you have the upper hand and you can sort of release that which has you feeling so chained and controlled here. This, for those of you, this is going to be really about, there's some sort of fear that you feel like a little bit overwhelmed by, or that you have felt overwhelmed by as of late. And the way that you can, I guess, there's a sense of perseverance here. Persevere through. This fear comes from understanding that you need to do things differently than you've always done. Otherwise, you're always going to get the same results. You're always going to hit that brick wall. There's an opportunity coming to you that you may be a little bit confused about. You're not really sure what it's grounded in. And sort of where, like, which way to go about it, or which one is for you? Which opportunity is for you? Is this the right opportunity for you? You don't know because you've never had the opportunity or the chance to overcome the fear in order to try things. Yeah, in order to try things. Try new ways of doing things. It's like you want a change in your life. You want to experience fulfillment and contentment in your life. But what's stopping you is this fear. It's like you're being faced with needing to change the perception of like what you've always known to be true. The way you've always done things, the way you've always operated. For some of you, it's going to be like you've done the same job, and part of you is like, I really want to express myself by doing this type of work. If I have to work in a capitalistic society, I may as well do something that brings me joy. Why should I live a life of dissatisfaction, and discontentment? Why should I live a life of suffering? And you're realizing that you don't have to. This is a belief that you've continued to perpetuate. This is something you've continued to tell yourself. For a lot of you, this is something that you've sort of like taken on from childhood too, like something that your parents, maybe like your parents have told you, like, you know, in life we don't get to do the things we want to do. We're here to suffer, and we're here to learn from our suffering, and we're here to not experience happiness or joy. We've got to do what we've got to do. And you've realized how that belief, or that belief has brought you a lot of unintentional suffering. And for a long time, you just let it be that way because you thought that that was how it had to be. But this month, I think that you're really ripping apart those belief systems that aren't serving you. They're not doing anything for you. They're not allowing you to progress or allowing you to heal. They're not allowing you to do anything significant with your life, you feel. So you're choosing to be more in tune with your intuition, more in tune with your heart space. You're deciding to come from your heart space, which is hard for Aquarius because Aquarius is such a detached sign. Aquarius needs to innovate. Aquarius needs to create. Aquarius needs to advocate. And what drives those things is passion. What you feel a great sense of enjoyment from. What do you feel passionate about? And you're just deciding to just go for it. And I feel like this is the thing. The only way that you can overcome the fear is by going straight at it and overcoming it. And I feel like when you get to that brick wall that you've always sort of come up against, you realize that the brick wall was never really there. It was just an illusion. It was just an illusion. And you've done it. You've overcome it. So you've learned the lesson of being in your heart space and operating from a place of love and from your heart space and from, you know, no longer putting your own sense of happiness on the back burner. You're realizing that you can live a fulfilling life. Get some more guidance. A personal issue reaches resolution. This is an issue. This is a personal issue that has been happening and perpetuating for a long, long, long time. And you're finally at the point now where you're like, enough's enough. I need to change this. I need to do something different. I can't go on like this anymore. Have faith in your dreams. You're finally allowing yourself to have faith in your dreams. We have dreams and desires and goals for a reason because it's an expression of our soul. And these desires and dreams and goals, they impact people in a beautiful way. Writing music heals. Making art touches people in different ways. Creating, you know, innovating technology or, you know, whatever it is, creating something, engineering something new that can be used by billions of people, that's helpful to the operation of society. You're bringing value. You're bringing value to the world when you allow yourself to have faith in your dreams, Aquarius. That's really powerful. I feel that. We have these passions, right? Me as a musician, I have this passion to share my craft with the world, to share my music with the world, because that's how I heal, through expressing myself. I can't tell you how many people have listened to my music and gone, this is exactly what I've been going through right now. And this made me feel not so alone in the world. This allowed me to get the help that I've been needing. This allowed me to realize that I'm not stupid for feeling this way about this thing. That yeah, this is a common experience. You do make an impact, and you can make an impact, but only when you're coming from a place of impact. What is your intention? When you act in alignment with your dreams and your goals, you are impacting those who come into contact with what it is that you end up doing or creating. You impact them. Balance spirituality and practicality. So this isn't telling you to be all airy-fairy woo-woo. You can acknowledge that there is an essence of you that needs to be expressed and that you have been neglecting within yourself. And it's now time to acknowledge that spirituality and put that into a more practical sense. Implement that practically. So that way you're balancing spirituality and practicality. Okay, Aquarius, I feel like this is going to be a really powerful month for you, where you are finally feeling as though you have the capacity and the ability to overcome this thing that's been overshadowing your life for a very, very long time. Okay? Best of luck to you guys. Let me know if this resonated in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe and like this video if it did resonate for you. You can follow me on Instagram and on my TikTok, where I post daily readings and things like that. And if you guys are interested in a personal reading, there is a link down below where you can go to receive one from me. I'm just checking to see if there's anything else that I've missed on. I feel like I've gotten to the core of what Spirit wanted me to express. Have a good rest of the April, Aquarius, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Okay, last but not least, we have Pisces. So this is for Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, and or Venus. But also for all Pisces placements. So, because you might have like a Pisces South Node like me, and it may resonate with you. Okay, why is this not? Hey Google, continue playing Spotify. We're going to shuffle for Pisces 5 times. Zero. Okay. Five of Cups, Pisces, Temperance, the Knight of Pentacles, and the Seven of Pentacles. Got Strength underneath. So let's shuffle 3 times, and then we'll pull your clarifying cards. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Pisces, so clarifying the 5 of Cups is the Hierophant. Clarifying Temperance is the 4 of Pentacles. So there's a sense of, you may have experienced, or you may come to experience this month, a sense of great loss or disappointment or apathy, depression, regret about something. Okay, and this is something because this is happening because you've been a little bit too rigid in your belief systems. There are belief systems that need to be changed, conditioning that needs to be let go of, because it's holding you back. It's holding you back, and you're living a very unbalanced life because of it. Knight of Pentacles, clarifying that, is the Four of Cups, and the Seven of Pentacles, clarifying that, is the Devil. So you've been really committed to this way of life, this way of thinking, this way of being. You've been persistent and you've just been committed. You've been going, but there's something that you feel is missing. And this is something that you may question. You may question what it is that's missing, or you may question something's not right. Or you feel that come up and then you push it away. The answer is literally right there. The truth is right there for you to see. But it's like you feel as though you're betraying yourself and your beliefs and all the progress and effort and work that you've done this far by changing that, reevaluating that belief. And there's nothing wrong with reevaluating your beliefs, because we can become stagnant. But persisting with this, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get where you need to go, or where you want to go. It's going to lead to a lot of unhappiness and a lot of restriction in your life. And that's going to start showing up. So this month, you are really, you're really going to find yourself addressing what has been hidden. The unseen secrets within yourself, hidden truths. It's all coming up to the surface. You've been very strict on yourself, and it's not. It's like this is all coming up because it's time for you to move forward. You're not achieving anything, and you're not going anywhere, and you're not doing. You're just existing for the sake of existing, and that's not enough for you. You may tell yourself that it is, but it's not. The Wheel of Fortune and the Page of Wands. There's a shift coming, there's a change coming, and there's something that's going to inspire a thought. You may find yourself not being able to ignore or let go of what this is. Don't try and push it away. It's not something for you to be tempted by. You're not being tempted. You are being shown that you're not as connected to your reality or to your truth as you thought you once were. That you are evolving and you are changing, and that's the natural progression of a human being. So naturally what comes with that is our beliefs often evolve and change. And if we try to cling on to them, we're just going to be met with more stagnation, you will start to see the universe will start ripping things away from you in order to get you to move, because you're trying to cling to the past, or you're trying to cling to the old. You're going to feel more struggle when you're going to feel more struggle when you try to go against the grain. If you lean into it, lean into the curiosity, you will find a greater understanding and a greater meaning for what is going on for you. For some of you, this is like a romantic soulmate connection. Others of you, this is feeling a small, what am I trying to say? A deeper sense of connection to the self, deeper understanding, a sense of harmony within the self, and it's like the illusions are wanting to be lifted away. There's a lot of kids next door. It sounds like there's literally at least 10 kids. Let's get you some oracle cards, Pisces. Spirit team, what's showing up for Pisces in April 2020? 2020? Why am I saying that? 2022, Jesus. What do you need to release? It's literally, it's gnawing at you. You're not going to be able to ignore it. So you're going to be forced to lean into it, and you'll find that all that resistance that you did wasn't necessary at all. Meditate and contemplate. You're being asked to consider, to reconsider. You're being asked to contemplate on what's showing up for you. Look at it. Otherwise, if you keep ignoring it, pretending it doesn't exist, it's just going to keep poking and poking and poking. Oh my gosh. Let's go one more card for you, Pisces. Work through your fears. There's a lot of fear connected to this. There is so much fear connected to this. It's crazy. You're being asked to work through this fear so that it doesn't hold you back anymore. And I feel like Pisces, this is a little bit of a harsher reading. I feel like you're going to be forced to deal with this and address this head on. It's going to keep showing up in your life, and it's going to feel like it's haunting you, but it's just surrender to it. It's like trying to ignore that you need to get a tooth pulled. You know you need to get it pulled. You can't ignore it. The pain will keep going until it's too much to bear that you just want the tooth to be ripped out. It's going to be like that tooth. There's a lot of movement, forward movement and progression that wants to happen for you. You're denying your very existence here by this. Okay, and that's going to show up for a lot of you in a number of different ways. For some of you it's relationship, for some of you it's career, for some of you it's belief systems, specifically outdated belief systems, conditioning, either from parents, society, things like that. Okay, Pisces, that's what I have for you for this month. I promise, leaning into it and releasing, like you don't need to grasp it so much. It's going to cause you way more pain to just continue to hold on. Okay, let go. Let it carry you. It's taking you to where you want to go, where you need to go, where you want to be. Feel into it. Okay, stop swimming against the tide, because you're only going to get caught in the rip and dragged out to sea and taken on a damaging experience. Okay? I'm wishing you guys the best of luck. Thank you so much for watching today. Please give this video a thumbs up if you liked it. Let me know if it resonated for you in the comments. Follow me on my Instagram and my TikTok. Both the links are in the description box. I do post daily on both of those platforms. And if you are interested in booking a private reading with me, you can do so by checking the link that is also in the description box. It's been a pleasure, and I will see you guys next month.